Hello, hello. Switch things over here. Oops, that's not it. There we go. Look at that. Just a little bit. Ooh, perfect. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. Oh. I'm pretty stoked after yesterday's stream. We made a lot of progress. Met a lot of new people. If you're here again, welcome. Probably some of you are gonna show up later because it's probably pretty early for you still. That's all good and dandy. So before we get into the game dev, there was one thing I wanted to react to that a friend sent me, which was this graph, which I haven't seen yet. I just kind of saw that it was about 50 years of game revenue, so I'm kind of curious about what this shows. Okay. Also PC, handheld, arcade, mobile. Man, I'm really sad that, like, I was gaming in like this era when I was a kid, right? And there were still arcades. There were still quite a few arcades. I'm really sad that they've kind of almost always died out. Arcades are still fun. I don't know. Arcades are still fun to me. I wish more of them existed. 1971 arcades adopt video games with early classes like Computer Space and Pong. Absolutely. The Atari 2600 is released, bringing Space Invaders and Pac-Man into homes with swappable game cartridges. I'm surprised game revenue died around here. Why? Oversaturation of low-quality games crashes the industry as console revenues falls over 90%. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that occurred. Oversaturation of low-quality games crashes the industry. Probably just because of how much growth there was here. But I'm surprised that would have had an effect on the entire industry. Like, okay, maybe there were some shitty arcade games, but it's like, you don't have... There isn't that many years between here and here. It's not like arcade games just cease to exist. I would think that the classics, especially with Pac-Man coming out, Pac-Man came out here, and revenue went down. Something's fishy in this area. I don't know if this is to be believed. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just it's unbelievable to me that after the release of Pac-Man, in the span of a few years, revenue would drop this much for all of gaming. Nintendo launches the Game Boy. Starts up the handheld market. Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat 2 are released. And consoles just have a tough time here. When did the PS2 come out? Because, PS2 is one of the best-selling consoles of all time. 2000. Okay, so that's about here. I'm surprised if where are they getting these numbers? PS2 releases here. One of the best-selling consoles of all time. And it barely pushes up revenue of consoles? Or of console games? I doubt that. Valve launches Steam. But Steam doesn't really pick up at the start, yeah. Because it's, it's mostly just Valve games, right? So it really starts to pick up here when things are actually being released en masse on Steam. Jesus Christ, mobile games. Do they consider mobile? What the fuck is going on with this graph? Handheld? It's like you have the Switch release. The Switch is one of the best-selling consoles of all time. Handheld, consoles. If not the best-selling. I could be wrong about that. And you're telling me that it doesn't generate essentially any revenue in 2022 for games. PC market surpasses the console market at this point. Didn't used to be the case. Changed about late 2010s. Fortnite launches and popularizes the Battle Pass system. I don't think it was Fortnite that popularized the Battle Pass system. There were many games before Fortnite that had Battle Passes. Oh man, I don't know. This graph seems weird. Maybe I'm just believing in different numbers, and these are the actual numbers, but something seems a bit sus. No handheld gaming sales data. This weird dip. And after the release of the PS2 console, gaming revenue just kind of barely trickles. Nah, man, something sus there. Interesting graph, though. Interesting graph. I don't know what to make of it. Man, that's gonna be on my mind all day. All right, back to Cauldron Chronicles though. While I fight with something in my eye, I think my lens is scratched. I wear contacts. I have to replace them. I've been kind of putting it off, but I should probably do it tomorrow. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we have to fix that bug with... Well, we have to just update the rest of the foliage in the desert region. Let's go over there now. This looks kind of nice. In retrospect, this looks kind of nice. It's nothing special, but it's my little corner of desert. Okay, let's see. Collectible, were we adjusting the meshes or the collectible ingredients? Can't remember. I think it was the meshes. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I remember now. So we are moving the large and the small versions of the meshes over to the ones that come from the parent. And that way we inherit the collision data, which will be easier to manage on new foliage that we add, but we just need to retrofit the old foliage meshes here, the blueprints. And then we just need to change them to use this macro. Okay, I remember now. Let's go few at a time. Okay, I think the way we were doing it was copying the transform data over to the main mesh, and then putting in the plant 11, and then deleting this one, and then doing the same thing here. Copy, paste, delete, duplicate, copy, paste, wait. Oh yeah, hold on. It was S plant 10, yep. Plant 10. Delete. Bad blueprint, yes, that's because of this. Alright, perfect. That should be fixed now. Barrel cactus fixed. Blue flower, same thing. Kinda looks like Borderlands cell shading, in a way. With the black outline. Alright guys, I have a question for you in chat. How did you guys enjoy Borderlands 3? Did you play it? Copy all, paste all, and 02. Duplicate. Duplicate. Okay. Should be able to delete all this. Small flowers. I duplicated it with the mesh. That's weird. Okay, main mesh and oh god, it was visibility and collision. That mesh. Alright, that looks good. That one's fixed. Do the flame grass. I'm gonna adjust this first. Sorry guys, I'm gonna be yawning a lot today. Not get very much sleep. Hey Denick, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Set mesh visibility and collision. Yeah, we'll have to run 2 of these. Hey, where are you from? It's located right now, same time over here. I am in Poland. But I'm from the US. Where are you from? Shit, I should have copied these first. Deutschland. Home of Bratwurst. One of my favorite sausages that I can't really find here in Poland. Yeah, it is a little loud. You are. Dude, the moment you said that, I'm like, fucking Christ, this is loud. It's better. Bratwurst. Your white sausage. I mean, you can get white sausage over here, but it's not the same. It's not the same. So every time I visit Germany, I survive on brats. My one time I can just treat myself to buying some beer, drinking it in the street, and just munching on brats. And I love it. I would not trade it for anything. Main mesh, large flower. This plant food. Can I do this? Can I select? If I browse to it, and then I can. Oop. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like kielbasa. It's also super tasty. But the Germans are also really good with sausage. Great sausage, great beer. Duplicate. Copy. Shift and right mouse button to copy and paste. Okay, maybe I'll try that. It doesn't pull the mesh. It's really weird. Fine. You would think that when duplicating the static mesh, it would copy the same static mesh, but for some reason it doesn't. Really weird. Okay, this one is done, I think. Large flower. Plant 15. duplicate. Oh, wait, I'd already duplicated it? Okay, fine. R2, S-plant 16. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. Okay, I think that's good. Yeah. Alright. Flame grass is done. I think what did we do last night? We fixed up, I think, the red desert flower. We just have these ones left. This one's a little bit different though. Because we changed the mesh. With this one. So I don't think this one needs updating. Although I will change this mesh here over to be the main mesh. So we will pretty much just need to put it in the bush with flowers. Bush. Here we go. And delete that one. That one should be fixed. Only delete the submesh, sadly, but fine. We could at least override the mobility to be like static or something, so disable the tick on that one. At least then it shouldn't really take up anything except for a little tiny bit of memory. Okay. Large cactus. Copy. Paste. Plant 12. No, it's too quiet. This playlist, man. The reason, like, I really enjoy the Elder Scrolls music and shit, but it was also, it was basically just getting claimed on YouTube. And if it's getting claimed on YouTube, it could get claimed on Twitch too. Actually, I don't know if it was getting claimed on Twitch. No, we don't have any muted sections of Twitch. Of the last few dev streams. Okay, we have plant 12, 12, 13. Okay, that should be that one, and my mouse can work here. Jesus Christ. There we go. Done. Sorry guys, I don't know, it's both, it's cold, the music is comfy. My sleep last night was terrible. I don't know why I stayed up pretty late last night. Why did I stay up late last night? What was I doing? I have no idea. I did play a little bit of the Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode. I was curious just how more difficult it was compared to Tactician. And it is a little bit tougher. It's a bit tougher, but I think the biggest thing that changes the way you play is just the fact that you can't save scum. So you do tend to be a bit more careful about the things that you do and the things that you say, and I can appreciate that. 12, 12, 13. Alright, foxtails should be fixed. Green desert flower, and then we just have pink flowers and the purple flowers. And then I'll double check the rest of the desert flowers, but I think they're okay. Let me do that now. Okay. Yeah, these are updated. Then we can move on. Today I want to do something which should be pretty fun. I want to make the regrowth system, so I'm going to implement the tracking of time in each of these blueprints. That will determine, and we'll set up a trigger in, I don't know, probably maybe the game instance or something. Maybe that will keep track of the daytime from the weather system, and every hour it's going to send a message to all of the ingredients to iterate another hour. And if that hour reaches the length of time that they need to regrow, they will regrow. I don't think it'll be particularly difficult to do, but it will be a big step forward for what we want from this world, right? And then eventually when we get like the season system working, we should be able to do some pretty fun stuff with that. But again, I don't think the season system will be part of the prototype. It might. I don't know. We can determine that later. Main mesh visibility. Now we fix these up. Large flower gone. I really wish I could just copy multiple aspects of this and pull them over to the different mesh. Kind of annoying. All right, that one's good. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Delete. Delete. Paste. Okay, perfect. I don't know why this macro wasn't working in when I put it in the parent. I don't get why that was causing problems. So weird. Who knows? Okay, pink flowers next. 3 main meshes on this one. Okay. The good thing is they're all the same mesh, technically. I can at least save myself a little bit of time here. Main mesh 2, sub mesh 1, 2. I don't know why we duplicated sub mesh 3 times. Okay, large flower 1, main mesh 1, large flower 2, mesh. Oh, large flower 3, mesh. Small flower 1, sub. Guys, are you dom or sub? Okay, don't answer that. Don't answer that. Weird question, wacky question Wednesday, guys. Welcome on back. I made mesh 1, 2. What did you say? I was just, we have these main meshes and sub meshes, so I was like, you know, I was asking chat if you guys are dominant or sub, submissive. God, this mouse just sometimes just stops working and then starts working again, and it's really annoying. Yeah, that one should be fixed now. I mean, not that they had to, they didn't have collision in the first place, but it's fine. I have to remember to buy my green screen. Keep forgetting to do that. Well, it's not a green screen so much as it is a just green piece of cloth that I hope will work. The problem is that if it catches the light poorly in here, it could like get, it could look like it could get a shadow on it, right? And then it's not gonna work really that well. I don't know what I'll do with it. We'll try it out at least. It's pretty cheap to try out. I think the lighting will be fine with it. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay, this pink flower variant is done. Gotta do the same thing here. You guys cannot let me forget, by the way, today to go over the schedule, because I'm going to be moving a couple of things around in it. Sorry. But I'm going to start streaming I'm going to move the OSRS streams over to YouTube, actually, onto a different channel. And I'm not going to be including those as part of like the Microraptor streams. I think it'll be better in the long run to separate those. We already did that. Copy. Peace. Okay, hopefully that's good. Flower 2, large flower 3, small 1. And then we just fix these up. Get. Okay, pink flower's done. Last one is the purple desert flower, which unfortunately we have 3 variants of. You know, the thing is, I probably could have made this mesh visibility part of like a, I could have made it like a blueprint component. Or instead of using a blueprint interface, just made it a function. Oh, I kind of want to do that, because then it would mean that I wouldn't have to do this every time. Man, hindsight is a bitch. Okay. That one is fixed. There's actually a couple different ways we could have done this, and both of them would have been much better than this. I don't want to do it again, though. A weird sound coming from the office. What is that? you guys probably couldn't hear it, but like a weird hissing. It was a weird hissing sound, to be honest. And I think this is what Harry Potter heard in Chamber of Secrets when the basilisk was moving through the vents, the pipes. That was scary. Like at first I was like, is that the music? No, that's not in this track. Is that my computer? That was weird. Okay, small flower 1. 2. 3. Delete, delete, delete. Alright, last mesh, and then we can move on from this pain and suffering until we need to redo it again, probably. Oh, okay, I'll tell you a funny story about game dev. I have some friends who are working in another company who they're doing something with driving, right? That should be vague enough. So they have to make, roads and traffic, all this nonsense. And the level designers, specifically my colleague is a level designer, they have had to go over the same system with, I think it was like their road signs or something, probably half a dozen times at least, and had to replace all of them. So like delete, replace. And the reason is because the tools weren't properly prototyped and iterated on for a vertical slice. This, what we're doing here, is exactly the same thing, but this is, far before our vertical slice. So we're, this prototyping, this iteration upon these prototypes and systems will help us to formulate the best way to implement the system in our vertical slice, which should then prevent us from having to do major overhauls to the system or production. So we're doing it the right way, even though this is like, this iteration of what we're doing with it is kind of shitty still and requires a lot of manual interference. Now we know what not to do when we're implementing it properly. Small game dev lesson, do your prototypes. Something we all know, something that we rarely do, unfortunately. Don't skimp. Pasta. Delete. Okay. This should be fixed. You know what? I might also do a little bit of asset cleanup today, and then make a push to version control. Let's play from here and let's test it out. Now the big meshes shouldn't have any. Oh no, they will until they're harvested and then they won't anymore. That's what it was. And most of these plants you should be able to walk through. Harvested, yeah, nothing, okay. And the small ones won't have any collision. Might get rid of some of the collision on some of these plants, like this one here, the flame grass. It doesn't seem like it should have it. But at least we have consistency now with all of it. Yeah, we have consistency at least, which is a good goal, good thing to have. Okay, do I want to do any asset cleanup first? Before we dive into another system? I just want to delete a lot of the shit I don't need so that I can get this into version control. Because this entire map is not in version control. Which is a little scary to me. So if it were to corrupt, let's not even think about it. Things I don't know what of these I would still want, and what's taking up so much space. Like blueprint disk size is a megabyte, right? It isn't much. Size map. The biggest thing are going to be textures, right? Do we need skies? Probably not. Pack, tree trunks. Wait, the blueprint for the huh? Oh, because it's referencing ultra dynamic sky. That's... What we could do, God, there's a couple ways to clean up assets. Like, we essentially just, we'd have to do a migration. And how much space am I taking up? Because we have 5 gigabytes allowed on plastic. Some of these stuff I don't need a lot from though. This is not a huge pack. You can probably get rid of the ground textures from this because we aren't using them. Stylized desert environment. Textures. Yeah, it's really gonna be like these. Bones. I don't think we've placed any of the bones, which would be kind of fun, but kind of use all those, don't we? Materials. I mean, the maps we can probably delete a little bit of. Yeah, Jesus Christ, 100 megabytes for this? There's no way that we need those. One reference to the demonstration map? Shouldn't be. I mean, this is part of the danger, right? Is that even doing cleanup on assets, if I fuck something up, it's kind of hard to undo. And we can only hope that it doesn't ruin some of the assets we've used. Well, at least that should take that pack's size down quite significantly. We still use things like the rocks and the plants, so we can't just delete those. We can delete all the mega scans because I don't think we've used any of these. There's some reference to the first person map. Yeah, I don't care. We can delete that. Okay, hand-painted environment. What assets were these? Oh yeah, this is for the watchtower. I don't think we're gonna use the trees or any of these. We might use some of the flowers because they're not bad. They would work pretty well for our pack. Yeah. Yeah, they could work. Textures are probably the biggest thing here, right? It's almost 800 megabytes of textures. Particles, models. Landscape. I mean, these textures won't be super big just because they're for grass, right? They're small. Ground textures might be pretty big. They could be big. They don't seem terrible though, probably because the resolution is pretty small. Yeah, they're only 1,000 by 1,000. We could probably safely delete this one. Grass 3, 2 references. Winter scene and summer scene. We're gonna add depending deletes. So we don't need the maps. Sorry guys, we'll try to get through the cleanup pretty quickly here. I wanna clean up, I wanna put this on version control, and then we can continue. And I won't have to worry too much about this. This was supposed to be adding assets for open world branch, and I'm creating the open world. Dude, if we had a producer, he would be chewing my ass out right now for all this. And rightly so. YouTube. Okay, I don't think I destroyed anything here. No. Beautiful. Texture, noise, smoke, fire. I don't think we use those at all. And we can definitely delete pretty much all of the winter textures. Hey, Datu. Those. Yeah, we can. Delete. Oh god, I thought I crashed the engine. I thought I crashed it. Alright, perfect. We can get rid of that. Summer. I don't know what I'm going to use. Probably not any of the houses, Because they don't have interiors anyway, so they're not really useful to me. House. Forge. Hammer and anvil. Large house. Mill. Don't need those. Hey, you killed Scotizo. Holy shit, nice. Did you get any good loot? Apart from guaranteed hard clue and... Don't tell me you got pet. Don't you dare. Tell me. I mean, I'll be really happy for you, right? Okay, 500 death runes, it's not too terrible. Kind of one of his lower values, but the important thing is you killed him, right? So you got the hard clue and all that shit. We can delete the maps. And painted environment. Okay, it's lower. 3 combat achievements, holy shit. You are probably... You were really close to the medium tier, right? Or are you at the easy tier or the medium tier that you need next? I think it's a medium. Dude, if you get medium, oh my god, Barrows is gonna be so good. $64 more points for medium. Our set is at 7. That's insane. Carol's is at 3. Man, if we could get you in the medium tier, Barrows would be such a good moneymaker. Okay, I think most of our size, I could be wrong, 3.8 gigabytes. The thing is, we have 2 terrain textures. We're only using 1 of them. What are these? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, these are for the these are for our horizon. Okay, so we need that at the moment. Dirt road, river. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna keep the dreamscape stuff. I know it's like 2.5 gigabytes, but I don't really have a choice. We use too much from the series, and it's consistent with the rest of our aesthetic that I'm probably going to end up using quite a bit of the assets here. So it's not wasted. We could probably delete some of the maps if we want. Because we can always open up the maps in another project and copy things from there. Or if we want to look at it for reference. So we don't actually need the maps ourselves. It makes it more convenient, but it also wastes a lot of disk space. Tower, meadows, maps, delete. Well, hey, dude, congrats on the Scotizo kill, really. That is hopefully the start of a very profitable journey for you with him. I can... Do we need the mannequin in the shared resources? Probably not. Oh, you were on a Slayer task for Black Demons? Nice. Yeah, it does really... I think I mostly only do it when I get a Slayer task, just because it... Like you said, it just makes it so much easier. Wait. Yeah, we don't need the third-person character from here. If we want to add the third-person character in at some point, we can do it, but we don't need it sitting in some asset pack. Same with like all of these. Oh wait, except for the river. We do need the river spline. Cinema camera. Noise baker. Well, that's for. Delete. All right, let's see how much each of these is taken up. 57, 70. There's not much I can do here. Yeah, we use a lot of stuff from this, so it kind of is what it is. We've cleaned up about 300 megabytes at least. Rain Tower demo. Alright, let me try to fix up redirectors if there are any. Okay. So at least our main content is all free of that. Is Chaos Fanatic just like another crazy arc? Kind of. He's kind of a mix between Crazy Arc and Chaos Elemental. So you have to fight him with full inventory, right? With like stews or whatever. Because he can de-equip. He's a little dangerous though because he's right next to the Chaos Altar and the teleport that a lot of PKers use to get to the Chaos Altar. So it's a risky one. It's a risky one. And he doesn't really drop anything useful. I mean, you can at least get him for the combat achievements. It's very they're very easy points. Easy 10 points. Basically just get 25 kills and kill him 10 times without drinking any potion which restores prayer or leaving the wilderness. You can use the Falador shield. Build a chaos fanatic without anyone being hit by his explosion attack. That's easy. It's just one kill. You just need to move correctly. So it is 10 very easy points to get. And you usually don't risk too much, but his average kill is worth 20k. And that's only if the odium shard is actually that price. It's about that price. Malediction shard 1. Okay, yeah, so it's about 20k per kill. Which isn't bad, but it's not worth the risk. Not when you think that like Syrachnus or something, which is arguably easier and safer, is 30k per kill. Okay, let me upload this to plastic then. A lot of shit. Let's see. Add comment. Accidentally started building the open world. Whoops. And I think I have enough space in the cloud to support like a 3 GB upload. This should not be open while I do that, to be honest. Oops, no. Perfect. Perfect. Oh my god, it's almost been a month since my last upload to this. It's really stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Guys, do not do what I just did this last month here. The only reason I didn't upload it is because we only have 5 GB allowed on our cloud before we have to start paying for it. And I really don't want to have to pay for it. And I knew I'd be adding in a lot of assets, so. Is what it is. Should be good now. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Reminder to move, thank you. Oh yeah, we wanted to get rid of these 2 trees. Let me do that now. Been kind of neglecting this area, haven't we? I mean, we'll eventually go over here and add some shit, but I don't want to get too detailed about it. We're just going section by section. Did the desert. Now we can work on other aspects. Need cabin fever for my hard clue right now. Which quest is that, cabin fever? Sounds familiar, but I can't remember what I actually had to do in that quest. There's a QR code, chat. Discover your fusion. Would you like to discover your fusion? I'll hold the QR code up. Light another ship. I do not remember that shit at all. But yeah, we really need to fix the shoreline here. Paint. Sand. We'll delete that bush. It'd be cool if we had some seashells. I don't know if we have seashells. Thing. We might have some pack with it. Not sure. Fight another ship after Rumdeal. I do not remember a lot of these. I don't know why I don't remember them. Must have just kind of hammered out quest after quest. I was trying to get my quest cape. And I know there were a couple days where I did so many in a row that I kind of forgot what they were about. This was also a few years ago, so and memories got replaced. Three quests to do for the hard clue. Yeah. All right, let's blend this in a little bit better. Worth doing those hard clues though. You never know when that third age is gonna pop up. Your luck is only bad until it's not. I'm gonna come back in and blend this area too with a little bit of dry grass leading up to the sand. But we just gotta do this first. I want the tool strength a little bit higher. Alright, let's get some dry grass in here. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna touch up this road a bit. I think there's just a little too much grass on it. Hangfly. Hey, how you doing? Hangfly. What a name. Everybody's name is so much cooler than mine. I'm jealous. I think that shoreline is pretty good. I'm gonna take this tree out. Like her name? Alright, I admit it, I like it too. Got some questions if you don't mind answering? Absolutely, I do not. And I hope I can answer them. If not, I will feel very sad. So make sure that they're very easy questions. No, you can ask whatever you want. Let's do some single painting. I want to rock around here. Where are my rocks? I'm just gonna single paint them in. Fine. Fine, you win. You win, engine. There we go. There's a rock. And another rock. Perfect. You! What are you doing here? Oops. There we go. Okay. That looks a bit better on the shoreline. Yeah, I like that. My first question is about school. I'm graduating high school this year. Congrats. My dream ever since I was 8 has been to go to this college for combined computer science and interactive media degree. My parents don't want me to study that. I'm paying, but also feel bad going against my parents' wishes. What do you think I should do? So you want to go to college for combined computer science and interactive media degree. So I assume that this kind of means you want to go into like game programming or something. I mean, you can confirm that or correct that. Yeah, so you want to do game programming. Do you have any idea of like what programming vocation, like engine programming, gameplay programming, or have you not figured that out yet? Which is fine, you don't have to figure that out yet. In fact, I encourage you to kind of like just see what parts of programming you really feel attached to. Looks okay. A bit too much grass here. I really find gameplay programming and graphics programming super interesting, but the idea of just working with a team and being proud of one another, helping contribute to an industry that I hold so dear, helping others really excites me as well. Everything about it I love. What do your parents not approve of about this? Because I would say, especially, if you told me you want to go into game design, I'd be like, okay, I could see some reasons to not recommend that, just because game designers don't have a lot of options if they fail at being a game designer. There isn't a lot of knowledge that you can take to other industries to get a head start. But programming, if you don't like games, you just move to other types of software or AI development or something, Not that you would want to, but just worst case scenario, you have options. It could just be a, kind of older generation. They don't really understand the, games are for kids. You need to grow up. Grow the fuck up. Hopefully they don't say that to you. It's good. I might put more rocks here to hide this. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Games for kids, roughly 1 billion plus potential customers. Sounds good. It is I don't know. I don't think it's an argument that a lot of people would use nowadays, just because the average gaming age has also gone up quite significantly. There's so much money in game dev. No, I really don't like how... Yeah, I really like that one. Now this one I like. They know that my dream is to become a game programmer, but they're afraid that I won't find a job and get in debt, which I completely understand. I worry about that too, but I'd rather go for it and possibly fail instead of doing something else and always wondering what if. Maybe I'm just being a stubborn kid. No, I think you... I'll get a little philosophical. Life is really short. It really is. The years are going by insanely quick. And if you don't follow your dreams, you are going to end up in a situation where you will just regret that you never even attempted it. I will say, however, I don't think school is necessary to get into game dev at all. In fact, I dropped out of high school. And what any competent hiring manager is going to look for is experience. What have you made? What have you done? We don't care about your piece of paper. Now, I'm biased against this. Yeah, that is true. Some cultures, depending on where you live, will prioritize or look at your college degree very differently. And I have noticed that quite significantly from moving from the US to Europe. In Europe, if you don't have a degree, they essentially just kind of sometimes think you're stupid. If you're in the US, however, or in, I think, maybe some other Western countries, they may not care. I don't like this rock either. I need long rocks. They're all... Let me see what rocks I have. Especially if you want to get into like gameplay programming as well, there are so many game jams you could just join with other small groups. And, you know, in a year's time, you could have 3 or 4 smaller projects to show off. Live in New York, got accepted to DigiPen, but haven't decided yet. I'm really conflicted and lost because I know what I want to do, but also want to be considerate of my family's feeling and not screw myself over. Would your family be supportive of you living at home for another couple years? Dreamscape. Stones. Definitely they don't want me to move to another state for college. Okay. Like I mentioned, I dropped out of high school. I pursued game dev on my own. It was a very difficult thing, but I also don't have debt. I don't have any debt right now. I may not have a lot of money, and you know, especially living in Poland, needless to say, I don't have a lot of money, but I don't have debt. I don't think you need to go to college to get into game dev. Mostly, you just need to make something. You need to start making games, and I think it's a better entry point than ever to get into game dev, and it's only becoming easier. The resources that you have available to you, the free assets that you get for tons of different engines. I would try to like look into if your family's American, ignore them and do what you want. No, you don't have to. I mean, game dev is just it is a really, especially if you are from the US and you're looking for probably going to look for a job in the US. I would say join some game jams, skip out on college. Maybe your parents would actually think would be even more scared of you saying I don't want to go to college, but I don't even include an education section on my CV, on my resume, right? Because it just does not matter. Here's the games I've made. Here was my role. Here are my responsibilities. Here's downloads to, you know, some smaller projects I've made. That's really all that matters. I mean that in American culture, you take risk. A child's success does not massively reflect on the parents and stuff, and the opportunity is there. No reason to not. I get what you mean. But especially if, you know, New York, expensive to live. Probably some expensive colleges close by, I imagine. Would it be worth putting yourself in debt for the next 10 to 15 years? And I'm just assuming that you would be paying for it. You'd be taking some loans. I'm not assuming that your parents would help out with that, but maybe they will. But you're going to be putting yourself into debt for an unknown number of years to, at the end of it, have a degree, which means you can use some software and maybe you'll have some good connections. Yeah, they said they won't help me out. Let's see. There are ridiculous number of game jams. Some of them smaller, some of them bigger, some of them may not be what you're like looking for. But these, I would say, are your best bet. Oops, let me adjust that. I would take a stab at starting to learn some development, some like programming with either a simple programming language like Python, or starting to learn some like Unreal Engine or Godot if you prefer. I would say Godot and Unity are great for if you want to just do practical standard programming. You don't want to work with blueprints. If you want to work with blueprints and just learn some of how like Unreal works, Unreal Engine is being used by more and more larger developers these days, and learning any amount of C++ is going to go a long way to furthering your career. Two monitors, nice. I have no clue. I argue with them all the time over that. So what is their worry specifically? They don't want you to move to another state for college, but are they not supportive of you wanting to go into games? Just because they don't think you'll find a job? I mean, it is a competitive industry, but it's not impossible, that and debt. I would say that programmers probably have some of the easiest job getting jobs, and they're paid the most in the game industry. People like, unfortunately, me, and I mean, this is true, and they would probably be easier to get into, but I think that if you want to follow your dreams... Hey, Liren, thank you for the rate of 66 viewers. Why did my raid sound not work? My dad went to school to work on airplanes and never got a job doing that, so he always uses that. Hey everybody, welcome. We are talking, we're doing a little bit of life coaching today. Talking about how to get into the game industry business. I'm gonna go to school for anything other than a tech degree. Yeah, but there's so much money. Okay, tell them this, Hangfly. Tell them that the game industry makes more money than the movie and music industry combined, which is true. And it is one of the highest growth tech industries out there. And if they're okay with it, stay at home for another couple of years or something, and just do game jams, make small projects, build your portfolio, and you will definitely find a junior position. Why would anyone be against standard CS degree, but recommend another degree? You could go to like a community college. If you really want a degree, you could go to like a small community college for some computer science or programming. But honestly, there are so many free programming courses out there. If you want to go into games, you don't need to spend money. When are you going to employ me? What can we do? Liren, we need to do like a co-stream sometime. I'll consider maybe taking some community college classes that would focus specifically on what you want. Yeah, but the thing is with game programming, you could go for a programming degree, but it's not really going to... I just don't think it would be worth it compared to doing it on your own. I mean, consider it this way. You go to a community college class for programming, and I don't know what this would be, maybe 3 to 4 times a week or something for a couple hours. Or you could spend no money and you could sit at home and learn game programming and do some game jams. I'm sure in New York there's some game jams that you can join or do, and You can learn at a significantly faster rate and spend no money at all. But I think it depends on how focused and structured you want your learning experience to be too. I agree with that. What's the cost of community college in US? It depends on state, but it's quite a fraction cheaper than normal colleges. And you take classes often that are focused on what you want to learn, as opposed to going to normal college for a degree and taking like a billion classes that have nothing to do with programming or something. Some people work better in a class environment versus self-study. 100% agree. You think if I got a game design degree it would open up more job opportunities, or would it be the same as if I did self-studying? I think game programmers, especially gameplay programmers with game design experience, are some of my favorite to work with. But you can study game design on your own. It's mostly theoretical, and it helps to have a teacher. You can always just watch these streams. And these are free. These are free, buddy. Both of you think I know what I'm doing as a streamer. Yeah, same, dude. Community is much cheaper than 4-year. Yeah, way cheaper. Hey, Sir Hugs a Lot. Sir Hugs a Lot. What a great name. The 13th. Man, the previous 12 of you guys were not so good at hugging. I just think that with, like, if you want to maximize your success, right, in game dev as a gameplay programmer, I would say C++. C++ is your way, because Unreal is going like this. Unity usage is like kind of plateauing because of the recent changes. And you can just get so much free shit with Unreal. I mean, there's so much help, documentation online, tutorials that you can get. There are free things you can download, every month to help you develop better. You even say it's Unreal. It is kind of Unreal. Like, if you're not good with art, if you're not good with design, there's no worry. First off, you can download free art packs. Anything you put on your CV, they're not going to judge you for using free assets. They're not going to judge you. Because you're a gameplay programmer, you're not going, you're not applying for an art job necessarily. And if you need design work, it's like that's something you can study on your own. You can build that up, or you can work with other people in game jams or just on the side. Like, maybe one of your dreams was always to make like a horror game. Well, look at this. You can get this $75 pack for free, this cemetery pack. Make some simple systems, add in some simple AI, release it for free, Share it with your friends, add it to your CV. That leads me to my last question about the game jams, because they look super fun. I'm afraid I'll hold others back with my lack of knowledge. I just started Game Maker, smart choice, and I'm doing tutorials, but I get confused on how many people memorize this stuff. Everyone looks so fluent when they code. Is there any note-taking methods that could help me, or is it one of those things where it's best to get your hands dirty? It's best to just jump in. If you can find a group and just tell them, like, hey, I'm new to this. I don't know what I'm doing. If you're wanting somebody that's a bit more experienced, I understand. But if you're willing to help me out, or just understand that I may not be as useful as somebody with 5-10 years more experience, I'd be happy to join and learn what I can. Just be humble about it. You're gonna find a lot of groups doing game jams that also don't know what they're doing. You learn so much. You learn how to work with others. You learn how to manage scope. You learn how to do things that you may not have because you're in close proximity to people of different departments, which when you're working on a full team, you may not have the luxury of. You'll be working in with your other programmers, and what the designers or artists are doing, you may not always know. So it's just, if you see a game jam, just look for a team. I think, let me show you in Discord here. I don't know if the Unreal, hold on. There's a couple of really good Discord groups to join. I can share the links to those in chat too. Oh fuck, where are they? I lost them. That's not it. Wait. Okay, this one, the Game Dev Network. Where's the link? Here it is. I will share it in chat. This one is a great one to join, and I know that they host their own game jams. Actually, they might be doing a game jam right now. Or is it over? I think it just ended. Oh yeah, it just ended. It was a festive one, but I think they're going to be doing another one probably soonish. So yeah, this is a really good good group to look into. I don't know how many people they have, probably like 46,000 members. And you can talk about anything on here. I would say another one that you can do if I don't want to dox my... Where is it? It's the Unreal Slackers. Did they change the title? Unreal Slackers. Oh yeah, they changed it to Unreal Source. Okay, so this is a great channel to join as well. A great Discord. They have, I don't know how many people, fuck ton probably. Over 100,000 members. And this is great if you're getting into Unreal, you can ask, you know, they have tons of channels based on anything and you can just ask questions there and people will help you out. Including a whole one for programming blueprint, C++, verse, multiplayer, online, physics, AI, anything. And let me get the link to that too. Would we just Discord/Unreal Source? And you're just getting into Game Maker, I know, which I think is a really smart move. It's a very easy engine to just learn and start to figure out some programming things. If you are, how new are you to programming? Have you done programming in the past? Do you know some of the basics of, what am I thinking of? Like the flow and the terminology, how to, you know, manipulate data, set up functions, create your own classes and stuff. Sorry, I'm bombarding you with a lot of stuff right now, so I apologize for that. Put some rocks in while you're writing. That's bigger. Yeah, that looks okay. Just curious, what are sample costs of a community college versus a non-community college? Like 10K a year versus 100K a year? Or what magnitude? Okay, my response to, and somebody probably in chat can tell you a lot more, because somebody in chat probably has gone to community college and would know better than me. But I believe that it is about 3 to 5 times cheaper to go to a community college versus a non-community. I think it's about that much. Maybe not. Let's Google it. Community college costs versus university. Okay, in-state community colleges pay an average of $3.5 thousand a year. Four-year institutions charge a whopping $10,000 a year. But yeah, the student life on universities, you know, you're usually living in a dorm. You have the sporting events, all the other things. Um, you have more convenience when you go to the university. But if you can live close to home and travel to a community college or something, or even live at home, you can save a significant amount of money. I'll tell you with a story. So I dropped out of high school in large part because I was very depressed, very very depressed, and it felt like my dream of being a game dev was essentially dead in the water. And it was only after I attended a local game dev conference for the Midwest. There was a big panel of, how do you get into the game industry? How do hiring managers prioritize clients based, or hiring people they want to hire based on their education? And pretty much it was a unanimous thing. About 3 different developers, or larger developers, right, stood up and said, we don't really look at education unless it's extremely relevant to what you're being hired for. We care more about what you've actually made. And that kind of reignited the spark. And I would say that since then, my experience in the industry has definitely proved that to be true. There are a lot of people here in Poland with degrees, and I'll tell you what, they're not using those degrees in game dev. It hasn't really helped them. You know, if you're going to go into like the business side of game dev, you're going to do like biz dev, then there are absolutely some degrees that might help, but oh no. Hey, thank you for the follow. Hold on, wait for it. Hello. Why did I cut it short? Thank you and Chav so much for all the advice. I will start getting my hands dirty in Game Maker. Look into the Discord servers and find a way to get my parents to understand with college. I'm going to have you stream in the background while I start to work. Hankfly, thank you for the follow, and I really hope I've provided some insight. If you want, you can join our Discord as well, and we have a lot of game devs in there, and including programmers. And if you ever want to just share what you're making, never feel embarrassed by something being simple, or even, the outcome of a tutorial. And just share it with us. We'll give you feedback. We'll help you if you have any questions. We'd be more than happy to. More than happy. I push that in a bit. Yeah, that looks okay. Looks a bit better. That looks a bit better. Okay, so the desert is looking pretty good. We could add some like bones in here. Yeah, I'll do that. Might place those by... No, we'll use the foliage system, because then we can cull them at a certain distance. Foliage. Bone. I could also set up the blueprints of bones to, look a bit better, and that way I don't have to screw around with them too much. Maybe that would be smarter. Let's do it. Foliage, core, yeah, let's do bones. New folder. Desert bones. New actor blueprint, BP, desert bones 1. Get in there. Static mesh. Let me change the. I like this playlist, but the difference in audio mixing between the tracks is really... Too loud. Not loud enough. Too loud. Look, chat, I'm doing my best, but look at this. I have to... This is the space that I have to work with on the volume. I have to move it like 1 pixel. Obnoxious. Maybe I'll do it through the audio mixer. Alright, that's better. Alright, let's get the static meshes in here. Let me pull up another content browser. You can look for the bones. Wherever they are. Content. Wait, it was in the stylized desert environment. Meshes. Alright, bones. Yeah, that'll work. We have these. I could make them... like that. Duplicate. Head. Body. Okay, we'll sink it into the ground just a bit. We're going to duplicate the body as well. It's going to have a few sections of ribs. And sink this one down just a bit more. Static mesh. Bone. It kind of looks like a tail. I'm not sure though. A couple pieces of maybe a spare rib or something. We're going to duplicate that and we'll do... Actually, that looks okay. Yeah. Looks good. Desert Bones 1. And now what we can do is create a actor foliage. Desert bones 1. Alright, let's adjust some things here. Z offset, no, align to normal. Yeah, align to normal. Hold distance, do 40,000 max. No collision. Hold on, does this have collision? Yeah, it does have collision. Give it collision then. No HLOD. Looks good. We could also do static mesh only. It's not going to be a blueprint. I don't know if this will work. I haven't done that before, so let's try it. We'll try single painting this in. Oh yeah, look at that. That's pretty cool. How big is that though? Okay, so it's about normal size. We could make it a bit bigger. It does have the collision, which is nice. Let's set the scale X to be 1.5 to 2. And then we'll just place a couple of these down in some of the, like the open sections. Like here was a pretty good spot. And then maybe back here or something. Beautiful. And then I'm going to duplicate this and we're gonna just change up the location of the bones a bit. Separate variant. I think that's pretty good. We can kind of make this one rest on top of the... No, we'll do it like this. Okay, what is appearing above ground? This could be a bit further into the ground. That looks okay. That one's okay. Yeah. Alright, Desert Bones 2. We'll make a duplicate of the Desert Bones foliage. And for anybody who doesn't know, the reason we do it with the foliage system instead of just placing the actor down, because with the foliage system we can adjust some settings after we place it, and also it will disappear from being loaded into the video RAM after a certain distance, and that helps with performance. Because I don't think this has any LODs. Oh, it does have LODs. It has 4 LODs. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it will also do LODs too from the foliage system. But I didn't know that it had LODs. That's good. That's very good. A little hard to see, but if you look at it, you can see that at LOD 0, which is the closest that the player can be to it, it has 3.6 thousand triangles that are going to be loaded into VRAM. And when the player is really far away from it, it's only 458 triangles. So the quality of the mesh gets worse as you get further back, but you can't really notice it because you're so far away. I'm sure everybody knew what LODs were, but if you didn't, that's general breakdown of how it works. All right, Desert Bones 2, foliage type. Place a couple of these too. And let's set the... Okay, yeah, scale looks good. We'll place it near the watering hole or something. Be kind of fun. Yeah, that looks nice. All right, let's work on this regrowth system. So if you're just joining, I can show you how this kind of works right now. Of course, the game is an alchemy game. You go out into the open world, you collect ingredients, you bring them back, you make potions, right? You have to give me a second to run over to the desert. I should make some teleportation little boxes you can step in. Very similarly to what I would say like Bethesda does. You can harvest ingredients, and then after a certain amount of time, they grow back. However, with our game, we're going to be having seasons, so certain things won't grow in certain seasons, or they might die off. You collect ingredient, you still have a couple left there. That's mainly to provide you with an understanding of where something would be, and also just to make sure that you aren't removing so much visual interest from the scene when you harvest ingredients. Because, you can imagine if this were like, well, a lot of survival games actually do this, where you can just basically remove everything from the scene, and you end up with just like a flat game. Like, oh, let me chop down all these trees and cacti and mine the rocks, and then it's just empty. There's nothing to see anymore. And it kind of looks shitty. So we still keep some of the meshes there to indicate that growth spot, and so that you can easily see when something has grown back or when it hasn't. But it also just keeps it colorful. And right now we have the harvesting, its barest state, but we don't have the ability to regrow these. Now the good thing is we have Nice, I like the art style of it. Probably a dumb question, but are the visuals done with a shader, or is it the way the assets are modeled? In this case, it's done. Well, technically it's a shader because the shader is like the material, but it isn't done with like post processing, if that's what you mean. So it is the way that the model is textured, the mesh is textured. I can show that to you somehow. S plant material, yes, but this is kind of the master material for plants. This is what is considered the shader. So the good thing is we have the day-night cycle already in, and technically when I am playing the game like that, the daytime is changing, it's just very slow. If we increase it, or increase the speed of it, you'll start to see the sun moving faster and stuff. Materials are textures with properties applied, right? Yeah. They, like the materials in Unreal, they call them materials, but a lot of other places are going to call them shaders. And it determines, it takes all the different texture types, so like the normal map, the specular, the albedo, and then you can manipulate them in the material graph to end up with the final material, or to even expose some of the properties for blueprints or other things to mess around with. A good example of that is actually with the weather system. If we change it to snowy, you can see that the ground gets snowy. It's because there's a parameter on the landscape texture to receive snow based on the weather system. And so then it blends in that snow texture onto it. Game looks gorgeous. Thank you. I did not make any of the visuals for this. We're just using asset packs because we're building a prototype. So all of these, in the final game are going to be... This is just representative of kind of how we want the game to look. It's going to be stylized in kind of like a cartoonish, anime, Ghibli kind of inspiration. So this is an asset pack that just kind of best represents the goal that we have with it. It's not perfect, but it works pretty well. And then when we start going towards our vertical slice, we will be replacing all of these placeholder assets with proper ones. All of them. Okay, so let's see. So we have the day-night system, and the way that I'm thinking of implementing it is that every hour that goes by in the day-night system, which is 100 units, we're going to send a message to all of the ingredients and increment their growth cycle. And then after a certain amount of increments are completed, we regrow the ingredient. And I'm hoping it won't be very performance intensive, but we'll see. You have a place like a wish list? We have not even made a Steam page yet for it. We're probably going to do it closer to, and I really should do it maybe, but just like I can't if I go on Steam, I can't actually showcase the product because this is all placeholder textures, placeholder meshes and textures. So I'm hesitant to go to Steam with it yet. It'll probably go when we're closer to vertical slice. which we're still a bit of a ways away. But with my company, we might do a game jam as well, and if we do that, we'll probably put a game jam game up on Steam for free, and that way we can at least have a company page on Steam. Oh, oops. I forgot to delete my point light in here that I was using for making this. Never thought I'll wishlist it and buy it. Well, I will probably be doing some giveaways. Quite a bit of them, so maybe you can win a copy of it. I gotta delete the point light in here. Zoom on over. If you want to play some other games I've worked on, I would definitely recommend out Darkest Dungeon. Check out Darkest Dungeon. Great team, great people, and also I worked a little bit on a game called Forever Skies, but my contribution was very minimal. I only worked there for a few months. And that team was amazing as well. Okay, so let's implement this system. I want to do it. Yeah, by Red Hook. Yeah. They made the second game now, so they've come quite a ways. I think their team is larger too. It's a very small number of people that worked on Darkest Dungeon 1. Oh, Datu, have you, wait. Yeah, Datu, are you still on the chat? So if I can second looking at the page now. Thank you. I mean, really, you have to give props to everyone else on that team. I was very new to game dev at that point, and most of my work is just kind of in the, it was in like balancing and some of the content that was being added, but all of the visuals and the game idea, those were done by those excellent guys far before I joined. Worked a bit on the DLCs too. Mostly Crimson Court. Core collectible ingredient. That's what we're gonna have to modify. Let's close this and I'm still here. There's a new OSRS update. They just added a new quest. Apparently. Oh, and they removed Kuren Favor. Kuren Favor has been fully removed. So, minecarts don't need to be unlocked. Burn castable teleport's been improved. Improved book. Oh no, they moved the High Elk button. How many bots do you think are going to be broken because they moved High Elk from here to here? It'd be so fucking funny. But yeah, they lowered the requirement too from 69 to 48 to cast it. Pretty cool. Check that out after work today. Okay, ingredient ID, amount to add, state, text height, collectible ingredient. Did they make Bones or Peaches any easier to get? I don't think they did. You're still gonna have to sit there in the training arena. Sorry. It does suck to get variables. No. They just changed the the level requirement of the current teleport. So because of that, it's pushed all the other icons lower. I think I'll do it based on, yeah, we'll just do an integer. Hey, Bartosz. We'll do growth cycles. That's going to be an integer. Yeah, but I think it's going to be pretty funny because it's going to break a whole bunch of high alkene bots, probably. It'd be really funny. Growth cycle 0. So we need to implement a function. I feel like people are gonna riot in Falador because I moved. But can't you rearrange the spellbook icons now? Can't you drag them or something? Or is that only on mobile? I don't remember. I don't remember if that was actually added or not, or if it was just pulled. I think you can rearrange prayers. I'm not sure if you can rearrange. I swear you can. But I want to implement this with a BPI. Do we have a BPI? No. So we would have to get all ingredients of class 40. We could still trigger a BPI. Yeah, let's do BPI. Blueprint interface. Selectable ingredients. Gradient. New function, we'll call it do growth cycle. Okay, new int BPI collectible ingredient interface do growth cycle. And we can still make this trigger a function, but it'll kind of be easier to trigger with this. This way we can also, it'll just be easier. This will be more flexible to do it with a BPI that can then trigger a function. Growth cycle check. Okay, so this is going to take the ingredient ID, if equal to none. Then just return. That way we can have the placeholder ingredients, but they just won't do anything. However, if it is full, we will do a get data, get ingredient struct. Break ingredient, and we need to add a new variable to the ingredient structure for growth cycles. Okay, let's see. I have to add it to the data table here too. Let's do it. Let's add it after tags. growth cycles, which for now is just going to be hours. Right border on. The default's going to be 0, so yeah, let me just put 0. Fuck it. They're going to be smart about dragging it? No. We'll just do it that way, and then I'll just delete the ones in between. All right, that looks good. Growth cycles as a integer, gradients, gradient data. Variable, this is gonna hopefully not break anything, but we'll see. Growth cycle. Thing is, every single thing now that implements the everything that implements the structure now needs to be checked out. Wonderful. There shouldn't be any blueprint errors though. There would be if we deleted something that's in use, but it's not in use. It is what it is. Oh yeah. Okay. So we have the data, we can break the data. Should have our growth cycles on here now. Perfect, we do. How do we want to do this? We need to... We need to check if growth cycles +1 is greater than or equal to growth cycles here. And if true, well, I already know something we need to change. Yeah, let me change it real quick. So we actually need to test as well if gradient ID is equal to 0 and state is not equal to grown. Because if it's grown, we shouldn't do another growth cycle, of course. let me change this to not equal to none. Okay, now what we can do is growth cycles plus 1 is greater than or equal to the required growth cycles to grow it, then we need to grow it. We need to take the mesh, get child actor, visibility, wait, show meshes. We need to set the state to grown. And we need to reset growth cycles to 0. Otherwise, we take growth cycles, we increment, and we need to set the state to growing. And I believe that is it. Kind of short and sweet for now. Yeah, I think that's it. However, it's not going to work right now because none of the ingredients in the desert are actually in our database. They're all completely new. So we could give them a... How could we do this? I could just give them fake ones for now. Just to test it out. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let me give the content alchemy foliage red desert flower. We're just gonna set it to lavender for the moment. Wait, we need to do it not in the meshes. Collectible ingredient. Ingredient ID, ing, lavender, N. And then in BT ingredient, we will set lavender growth cycles to be 4 hours. And I'm going to do a print string here too, actually. If it gets this far, I'm going to print the current growth cycles. And that way we can just test if it's actually working. Mathematically, right? Let's pop it out. Yeah. So sped up a lot. Ingredient harvested 1 lavender N, which looks correct. Hold on. Hold on. We just put the cart before the horse. We didn't actually implement the logic to trigger the growth. Hold on. It's fine. That is pretty easy. We need to want to do it in the game instance. Game instance can't receive tick though, right? Can the game mode receive tick? It can. So if we get the time of day, no. What's it called? From ultra dynamic sky, need the time. What was it called? Ultra dynamic. What was it called? It's just called time of day. Time of day. Yeah, but that's not the right one. Well, hold on. Do we want it in this blueprint anyway? Let me think about that, because I need to give thought of where this blueprint should be. It should be in some manager. We don't have a subsystem. I can't make subsystems with blueprints, unfortunately. First character. No, we won't put it in the character. No, it should work here. It should work here. On day message. Let me just check the. I set it up in these stupid street lamps. Is it data? Okay, sky system. Get actor of class, set sky system. Do it that way. Begin play, get actor of class. Promote to variable, sky system. Now we should have it. Get sky system, time of day. Real time format. No. Get time of day. We wanted to trigger something every 100. Maybe there's a better way. Maybe there's like an hour or something. Call hourly. God, I'm not really good with using delegates. Find event to hour. I totally forget how you use delegate shit. Well, let's figure it out. We'd still need to call hourly, right? Unless the sky system calls hourly. Make an event. Add event, custom event, test. Test spelled incorrectly, perfectly. And we'll just do a print string hello. It kind of look, no, it is working. Hello. Yeah, it's working. Okay. We figured it out. Perfect. We don't need to do anything on tick then. It's like the sky system already ticks. If we did another tick, it would just be doubling it for no fucking purpose. Especially if we had to do like math all the fucking times. Okay, so let's rename this to trigger growth cycles. We don't care about what hour it is, we just care if an hour passes. So we're going to get all actors of class. And this will be collectible ingredient. And then we're going to do a for each loop. And they should already be of that type, so we can just do a trigger. What was it? What do we call it? Do growth cycle. Message. And that's it. It should work if we set it up correctly. And, you know, we'll just hope that performance every hour, every in-game hour. We can do stat game. I think I saw it there. It's not going to be super noticeable right now because I don't think we even have 100 actors. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll go pick up one of the desert flowers, and if after 4 in-game hours, and we have it sped up really fast right now, so it shouldn't take long. If it regrows, then we know it worked. And it should print the growth cycles as well. And it starts at 0, so it'll go 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4 grown. 4 hours. But it has to trigger at that first one, so it is a little dependent on when you actually pick it up. Here's one. The emissive text. Okay. So, a little hard to see, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's not printing the growth cycles. I mean, I could try to find which one it is. But it only fires it once every hour. I should have just set the hours to like 2 or something. I don't know why I had 4. It has definitely been over 4 hours. So not working. Is it firing the... Oh wait, there we go. It looks like it did it. Only showed this for some reason. It fired. So what wouldn't work here? If ingredient ID not equal to none, maybe I just should type none in here. It could be something as stupid as that, you never. Did access random index from array? Which one of these is it? This red desert flower 12. Guys, you're not gonna believe it. I didn't hook up the function to the the message from the blueprint interface. Jesus Christ. Okay, now it should work. What a classic mistake. Why isn't my function working? Well, maybe idiot, it's because you didn't even make the function call. Alright, let's test it again. We did it automatically. It just triggered all of them. Why? At least they start growing. Oh, it's because true should be okay. Oh, look at that. Chat, that didn't happen. Okay, 1. 2. 3. And the next one should regrow this. And then we shouldn't see any more pop-ups from that. And we can harvest it again. And there it goes again. All right, that is, yeah, that was not too bad. Couple of, the biggest fuck up with that is because I didn't implement the function. Everything else that was working, it is triggering the growth, and it's regrowing, and then you can harvest it again. It is very binary, of course, right now. It just kind of pops in, but for a prototype, that's more than enough. More than okay. And if we harvest something that isn't the desert flower, it shouldn't go through these same... we shouldn't see pop-ups for it. Yeah, because there is no ingredient ID for it right now. But the desert flower should come back. Nice. Nice. What if I'm looking at it when it respawns? Is it going to properly trigger the... I mean, this is such an edge case. It's such an edge case. I don't think I'm going to fix it even if it does bug. It's probably not going to show the tooltip is what I'm thinking. And you would just have to move out of the range and come back in. You should still be able to harvest it, but I'm not sure if it'll show tooltip. Okay, it does. So no bug. Awesome. You guys want to know something rather funny? One of the places I worked at, they didn't even have me doing anything in Engine. They just had me writing documents like a shitty-ass secretary. I tried to tell them, like, hey, I can do shit in Engine. I know how to do this stuff. Nope. Write more documents. Okay, let us... I'm not going to keep this as lavender, so we'll just... That enough? Was that up? Growth cycles. We should not make that modifiable. Why is that modifiable? Read only. I think if I make it private, wouldn't this be... Derived blueprints cannot modify it. Does that do what I think it does? I've always wondered about private variables and what they actually mean. Like, is it still there? Because I don't want players to be able to modify that. That's like an internal thing. We could test it. We'll know it's working right away. Just when the next hour triggers, if we see it counting up as it's supposed to. No, it's not. Okay. So don't make it private. Alright, lesson learned. Okay, this was much easier than I thought it would be. Thank God that the, I really can't rep it enough. If you guys are working in Unreal and you need a sky and weather system, get Ultra Dynamic Sky and Weather. It was $20. And it just has, you won't need another sky or weather system. It's absurd. Plus having all these events being able to be bound. Hourly, midnight, sunrise, sunset. It's nice. That's pretty good. Well, we kind of need to start working on the rest of the forest area, because we've done all of the... We've pretty much implemented all of these, except for maybe the prickly pears and whatever this is. Which maybe, you know what, maybe I should implement those. Add a few of those in. They do look pretty. But, you know, we can also do that later, too. I'd really like to get just something into this forest. It just looks really drab. I was kind of considering, too, if we wanted to make a system where things could spawn on or in the trees. So we could take each of these tree meshes and turn it into a blueprint, which we can then put some like sockets on for where maybe like some beehive can spawn or something, right? And similarly to what we did with the desert ingredients right now, where every hour it's going to do a growth cycle, we can, let's just say like beehives, right, that grow on the side of trees or something. We can do an hourly check if there are any, if there are like, I don't know, some specific number of beehives available in the world, and if they are under a certain threshold, we can spawn a new one, and it'll pick a random tree from that can spawn it, and then spawn it on that tree. So it'll be an ingredient that spawns kind of like the other ingredients, but it'll be a bit more random in location. I'm not sure about that, because I know we've talked before about how we want ingredient locations to be non-random. We don't want to rely on procedural generation because it robs the game of its uniqueness. So we could handle it that way, but it would also, it would go a bit against our core pillars, so I'm very hesitant to do it. But at the same time, if there are just specific locations where there are beehives and it doesn't change, it could be a little unenjoyable. I'm not sure people think of that, though. Because making it specific will be pretty much the same work as we did before. Like, for instance, if we wanted it to spawn on this tree, always, and we could just make it look different when it's ready to be harvested and when it's not, then we can just get rid of this tree. We can make a blueprint of this tree with... Why is my performance so bad right now? Why is performance here really bad? Also very dark. Oh, that was weird. We can make a blueprint of the tree. We can set up the location where it's supposed to spawn, and then we can just place it down, right? We can get rid of the foliage static mesh, replace it with the blueprint static mesh. And then it should have the same triggers, right? Instead of hiding the mesh. Antisign, thank you for the follow. Hello. Ah, I got it. I got it perfect. I got it perfect that time. Oh, fuck. That's so hard to time. It's so hard to time. Especially because I can't see it on my screen. I should have a counter for the number of times that I correctly sync myself up with Oblivion Biden. What was I saying before? Before I get distracted by fucking Joe Biden. What was I saying? Yeah, we could set it up in the same way that the other ingredients are set up. So we place the blueprint. We don't hide the mesh or change the mesh at all. We would just hide or change the beehive mesh. And we can just, we can kind of make that in. What's it called? Acid Forge. We can make a beehive. What do they look like? What do tree beehives look like? Tree, and not a wasp nest, but a beehive specifically. Like the ones that grow on the side of trees. Something like that. Kind of like these. God, that's cool. It's pretty cool. That's the swarm of bees. Something like this. Is this real? It looks so cool. That's really awesome how that looks actually. So we would like place this on the tree and then just put a little like particle effect or something when it's ready to be harvested. Make the color, I don't know. But we could put some particle effects, right? And then we would just switch out the mesh for one without the different colors or something and no particle effects. That's an idea. Looks so awesome. I've never seen something like that. Where was this at? Access denied. Wonderful. This was in Mississippi. Maybe there's only like some southern US type of bee or something. I'll tell you what, the honeybees in the Midwest definitely didn't do anything like this. Open air colonies. Dude, this is amazing. Kind of looks more like a wasp nest though. Not a bee's, not a honeybee. I mean, or they just aren't honeybees. It's in Ethiopia. Yeah, not a beehive. Yeah, you're not gonna get honey from that. If you see anything that looks like that, do not go near it. This is not a beehive. I mean, or they are bees, but I'm not going to take the risk. I'm not going to take the gamble. That looks more like paper wasps. Yellow jackets. Fucking nasty. Okay, but we could do something like this. We could make something like this in Acid Forge. Let's do that. Acid Forge. Primitives. I'm probably just gonna do really thin, like ovals or cylinders. I don't really have. I guess we just do like the really thin cylinders like this. And they'll, you know, they'll kind of be inside the tree a bit. They'll be clipping inside the tree. We can make them a bit larger. Maybe a bit too thin though. Zero 0.1. Then what I'll do is we'll make these a little bit shorter. Five by 5. Do 4, 4. I mean, it looks kind of dumb. Looks kind of dumb, but let me do 5.5. I don't think any publisher is going to be like, yo, why does it look so bad? You're not an artist? No money for you. Yeah, that's okay. That looks good. Good enough. It is going to clip into the to the tree a bit, so. Let me center it on the point. We're good. Save as beehive. Export model, Unity or Unreal. Merge blocks, export beehive. Do it. And we'll take a look at this tree we were thinking about doing it on. A bit small, that's okay. Rotate. You know what? Unfortunately, I think the material of the tree itself is what swings. With the wind like this. I don't think we could get the beehive to move with it. Because it's part of the material. We could apply this to trees that don't move, or we can also tell. We could probably tell the material instance of a tree to get rid of the wind intensity if we make a blueprint. Let me check how big this is first. Actually kind of decent size. You want the trees to move like that? I don't mind them moving. It's just we then can't like insert another mesh into it, like the beehive, and have it move with the tree because it's part of the material of the tree to move. I believe. Meshes, foliage. This one? Trees. Could have the wind also applied to the mesh material, but that will get really annoying. Yeah, I was thinking of that too, but how could we do it? It's this material, and this does have wind settings. Wind sway influence, wind sway effect fall off. Enable wind. So we could, if we make blueprints of a tree with the beehive on it, we could just disable the wind on that tree. It's gonna kind of stick out like a sore thumb. But do I care? I don't think so. Let's give it a shot. Let's try it. Wind sway offset seems like you can apply the wind only after a certain z coordinate of the mesh. Maybe. Yeah, you might be right. Okay, let's try making a blueprint actor with BP tree test. I'm gonna add in the tree static mesh, one of the really tall and straight ones or something. So I think that'll look the most reasonable. I can't remember that. Probably like this one. That'd be a good test. Okay. It'll be element 0 of that. Set material element 0. We'll create a dynamic material instance. MI tree trunk is number 1. Was it a scalar parameter or wind? How do I call that? How do I affect that? This parameter groups. I've never had to work with parameter groups like necessarily. That's I guess it would just be set. Would it be setting parameter? No, it's audio. Audio. Guess I could get parameter info. I don't know what that looks like. Trying to do, I'm just gonna create a dynamic material instance of the trunk for this blueprint, and then set the wind, or the, I'm gonna try the Z offset, and if that doesn't work, then I'll just set the wind intensity to nothing. But I don't know what the, I don't know how to call these parameters if I create the instance. They are instance editable. But they're not all scalar. That's what I'm wondering. I'm just wondering how would I, like, for instance, disable wind? Because like we have scalar parameters here and here, right? And vector parameters with the color tint, but we change a bool runtime, you would need 2 separate instances. And shared resource. Let me open up the master. Is it opening? They're like, they're bool parameters. You would think that, I'm just not sure in blueprint. I've always been curious about this. That's why I'm like hung up on this is how do you change, because I can set, you know, vector parameters, values. I can set, you know, scalar parameters. The only one I have, I can't set Boolean parameter values. They're parameters so you can change them in the child material instance. But even if I create a dynamic material instance during runtime, maybe I'm not understanding it. What's the actual name for the Z offset? And because the bool params are not really runtime params, we'll actually remove / add depending code. Okay. Yeah, you're right. The 0 to 1, you could then do it during runtime. That would be a smart way to do it. Wind sway effect offs. There was a Z offset though. Wasn't it called Z offset? Or no, maybe it was just called offset. When doing the scalar parameter value, even if it sets to 0, the shader will still calculate the wind sway effect. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if it had, because some people put spaces in their parameters, like this, and I don't think it's. I don't think it'll recognize if I take out the white space. So I was trying to see, like, does it? Did they actually put white space? I know it's criminal. It's absolutely criminal. Because I believe that Unreal would automatically do it if you took out the white space, because it goes based on the capital letters. So I'm trying to see if I have to put white space or not. So annoying. Wait, copy internal name. I didn't know you could do that. Right click copy internal name, which I think would be what we want, right? Maybe the display name. They probably put spaces. I bet they put spaces. All right, set scalar parameter value. Had issues with timer function names. Yeah, there isn't much consistency at times, is there? I'm just gonna set it to 500, and if it just stops the tree from swaying, then it worked. Where's my tree? And that will be on begin play, so let's just simulate. Well, it looks fucking silly, but it does work. Wait, maybe there's like a blend fall off. We probably want to adjust the fall off too, right? Now, do we want the fall off to be higher or lower? I always get confused with fall off. Let's see, copy display name. And sway effect off. Well, let's just set it to a crazy high amount. And see what happens. Higher the better. Okay, that works. And then we could place the beehive. A little awkward because I have the sway in editor. I think even if I adjusted the construction script, it would still show up here, but I'm not sure. Oops. Yeah, actually that looks pretty good. That's about what we would want. We probably don't need to go that high up. We could probably bring the sway effect offset down to like 250. We'll keep the fall off a bit higher. It still looks a bit silly, but functional. Have to lower it. Lower the beehive. It doesn't look bad if you don't stare at it. You're like, oh, like beehive, okay, wonderful, collected, move on. You're not gonna notice. If you stare at it, it does look a little weird, but this actually does work pretty well. And then we can paint this blueprint with the foliage system if we want. Have specific locations for trees with hives. Okay, thank you for the help with that. I now learned Boolean parameter values are not meant to be changed during runtime. I mean, they have wind intensity anyway, right? Sway influence. I guess you could just set that to 0. And it would effectively disable it, so. In which case, I don't know why they would just... Well, I guess, yeah, because that would disable some... I don't know why. If they have a scalar value to handle the intensity, and if you set it to 0, it disables the sway, then wouldn't that be the same as having the Boolean in the first place? Performance-wise? I'm not sure. Okay, that works though. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. You guys can... What do you guys want to look at while I'm in the bathroom? How about we do this? You guys can watch the day and nighttime change in immersive mode. All right, be right back. I think it's working. Wait, hold on, is it working? Yeah, it's working. And if anything looks really bad, you can tell me. Alright, I'm back. How was the transition? It was pretty good. I still think those cloud cards are kind of bad. I like how they look during daytime, but during nighttime they have a lot of lumen issues. I'm pretty good though. Yeah, you can see. For some reason, it's like the emissiveness. Well, emissiveness as a whole is not very friendly with lumen. We can also increase the quality of the lumen calculations, which will help a bit with that. Make it look better. And we can do that in a post-process volume, which we don't have any post-processing on this scene yet, so. We might do that. One actor with physical materials needs to be rebuilt. What needs to be rebuilt? I'm not doing that right now. I'm not rebuilding. Lord knows how long that's going to take. Instead, we're going to do one thing. Yeah, we're going to do one more thing. One more, like, decent-sized thing. Maybe I want to get this tree in. It would be kind of fun to get this tree added. Like mesh. beehive. Rename that. Get rid of the material. You know, I love Acid Forge. I enjoy using Acid Forge. The one thing I'm not so happy with is that for some reason the Unreal preset says that X is up. And X is not up. So when you import things, you get this. How do you mess that up? So long. How do you mess that up? Alright, foliage, let's create... I'd kind of like to do a few variants. So we can do it with... What do we want to do? I think I'll just create a couple of different trees. We don't need to have too many. But honey is one of our ingredients, actually, so it would be kind of cool to have at least one thing hooked up with one of our ingredients, right? Yeah, I think I'll take like 3 good-looking trees, add beehives, and then we'll just paint like 2 or 3 of each around the world. We'll get rid of old trees, and we'll put the new ones in their location. So that visually nothing super crazy changes about the scene. but we add beehives. Maybe more than 2 or 3 of each, but at least enough to fill the world with about maybe 10, 15 instances of beehives in different locations. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, foliage, new folder, trees with hives. Move here. We'll keep the beehive here, but I need to make a new material. Beehive. Let's see, what color? Maybe like a... got waxy yellow. Maybe that's not dark enough. Sure. I feel like it's a bit more brown. Saturation. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And no metallic. Make it look like kind of drab. Well, I mean, it'll probably have a little bit of metallicness, right? It's wax. Wax is a little shiny. That's way too much. Maybe because we have low roughness as well. Yeah, it looks good. Not go too crazy about it. Beehive. All right, foliage, trees with hives. A BP, tree with hive 1. I'm gonna put the beehive in here too, so we actually need to create the beehive as a collectible ingredient. Yeah. New folder, beehive. Collectible ingredient. Beehive. And the mesh. I just need mesh. And mesh. Yeah. Now we won't be adding the foliage type to this, but we'll be placing the collectible ingredient blueprint into as a child blueprint into the tree blueprint, and the tree blueprint will then be made into a foliage actor type, which we can then paint. A little bit different than the way we are doing it, but or have been doing it with the other ones. but the same general concept. Main mesh, beehive. And we're also going to add in cascade particle system. Oh, I need those the same things that are on these lanterns. I actually think could make really it could work for bees too. Or whatever these use. Cascade light insects. But I'm going to make a copy of them. Wait. We're gonna make a copy of them and we're gonna remove the emissiveness feature of them. Likewise, okay. Light insects, no emissive. Don't really know how to do that, but we will figure it out. Okay, emitter, spawn, lifetime, initial size, sphere, orbit, initial color, scale, color, life. They do have emissiveness, right? Or do they not? They might not. In which case, that's good for us. Let me see. Dynamic sky. Night length. They do. How do I make them not be emissive? Probably on the initial texture, it's probably on the material, right? Where do I see that? Oh. Sense viewer. Material instance of PFX additive. Okay, where's your parent? Find parent. Huh? Oh yeah, it's only emissive. I could make a new material. Surface added. Gonna be new territory. There's one thing I don't feel confident enough with it. It's definitely gonna be materials. Among other things. Let's do material, bees. We want it to be like this, but not emissive. However, I like the surface additive. We will do default lit, texture sample, and this is the spark. Okay. However, we want to do a multiply. Times a color. Which should end up looking like the same thing, but we're gonna make it like a E color, so like a... It's not very light, is it though? And then we will take our new sparks and change the material. Okay, that works. I mean, it's going to be a lot more visible during daytime, but that's okay. That's kind of that works out, in my opinion. Where's our daytime? Daytime. Hopefully, it'll be more visible during daytime. I mean, it's not crazy visible. But you'll have the particle effects as well as the like you'll see the mesh too, right? Maybe we can do something else. I was thinking like some dripping of like honey. To show that they're full. Well, this is a start. Yeah, start. Okay, ingredient mesh, then what we'll do is hide is cascade particle system, our bees, perfect. They're gonna be sticking out, so I think I'm going to bring it out like here. That way we get more of them spawning outside of the tree. Actually not too terrible. Okay, and then show meshes, we can get the main mesh. We can do the, actually no, it's not gonna be a show or hide mesh necessarily. It could be toggle. We'll do show and hide, but we'll just set this. Set visibility. Okay. Foliage, beehive. We have the mesh, collectible ingredient. So tiny. Item meshes. We actually do have this ingredient in. So ingredient, honey, and we could even adjust the data table for that. We'll say growth cycles will be like, I don't know. For testing, we can just do 2 hours. Testing. It's going to be overridden next time I bring this in anyway, so. 2 hour. Let's say it adds 2 honey to your. You know, it would actually be really cool if that was a variable. If we had a min and a max. I'll think about that. Okay, beehive. Perfect. And we'll set the interactable collision to be a bit better. It was pretty trash. Looks good. And I think that's all we have to do for that. Now we'll go back to the tree. We get rid of the beehive static mesh. And we're gonna add the child actor. Beehive. Will be the collectible beehive. Too high. Too high. God, stop it. He's so weird about that. The fuck? What? This is so weird. The root. I'm so confused. Why is the root on that so fucking weird? Oh, now it's... Ever since I've been... Child actors in 5.3 are really, really messed up for some reason. All right, let's try placing... Oh wait, we need to make the foliage, actor foliage. AF 3 with 5. All right, and if we drag this to our foliage types, tree with hive, single placement. That's right, we actually need to tell it which BP to use. Oh, there we go. Oh, why is it? Oh, fuck, I forgot this crashed. Every time, every single day I do this, I forget that that crashes the engine. Annoying. Unreal 5.4. Any news? 5.4. Is there a beta? No. No beta yet. What they're making in 5.4. Mesh. Anite spline mesh, that's pretty nice. Virtual shadow maps. Large world coordinates on GPU. Very nice. A lot of good nanite stuff. Lumen hardware ray tracing. Awesome. Orthographic rendering. Ooh. Optimized shader cook time. Yes. Please. Optimized shader cook time. Holy shit. Some shaders are absurdly long. Lighting procedural content generation. Runtime hierarchical generation. Yeah, a lot of PCG changes. That's pretty good. Developer iteration, new DevOps tools, be nice. At some point, we're gonna have to hire a part-time DevOps, or just find somebody in our team that can do it. Character and animate. Oh, shit. Hey, Senior Kitty. How's it going? It's going well. I'm getting distracted right now by looking at the Unreal Engine roadmap. How are things going with you? Have mesh improvement. Mass instance actors. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that'll be really good for graphic systems and crowd systems. That's really interesting. The objective of masked instanced actors is to replace actors with masks and convert them on the fly to real actors when needed, providing a lot more performance out of densely populated open world environments. Can you imagine a really densely populated like city, or in fantasy city or real city, that can accurately replace these mass instance actors with real actors on the fly? That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, the modeling system. I have not played around yet with the modeling system in Unreal. But everybody keeps telling me that I need to check it out. Just woke up, so I'm awake. The day has yet to start. You have woken. Common UI, a library of commonly used widgets. Support for enhanced input. Oh my god, yes please. Holy shit, AI changes have really needed to come. Enhanced text rendering in Slate. Oh, packaging. Quick UMG preview, UMG style sheets. Oh, yes, please. Oh my god. Yes, UI changes would be amazing. I'm so distracted right now. Okay, if we can get some performance capture changes too in the next Unreal updates, I'm gonna have to be doing some motion capture for. I'm probably just gonna motion capture myself for NPCs in Chronicles for prototyping. All right, back to work. Back to work. I was deleting this. That's what we were doing. We getting rid of this because for some reason the foliage painting was working really wonky with the tree. Wait, so how come this actor foliage? Oh, because this is a regular blueprint class. It's a blueprint actor. Right, okay. The fuck? Why is it on a... Why is it rotated? Is it rotated? Okay, don't align to normal. Z offset -10 to -5. Or just do -5 all around. Random yaw is fine. Full distance. I think we want this to be the same as the other trees, which have a cold distance of whatever. I don't know. $150K. Collision, block, all, dynamic. Okay, that looks better. The E to harvest is a bit, why is it a bit off center like that? That's obnoxious. Working though. Trees with hives. She's probably going to be the beehive actor. Wait, I can't adjust the location of this? I wish I could. I know why it's like that. I do know why. Alright, let me fix it. It's too annoying to not fix. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, there we go. And if you guys work with Unreal 5.3, just know child actors are kind of fucked. And hope that they fix it with the next update. I've been like their singular beta tester for child actor issues, it feels like. Alright, that should fix that problem. Flexible ingredient. Set the text height like 50. See how that looks. Well, it's not so... Did I actually change it, or... I don't even know at this point. It's acceptable. Things actually, if I move it further into the tree, it's just gonna look, it's just gonna be stuck in the tree more. The collectible ingredient blueprint is not the most... Stop reminding me to move. Stop it! I'm moving. I'm moving my lips, okay? Watch. I know I'm gonna die early of blood clots and liver failure, okay? I get it. You don't need to remind me. Alright, let's make 2 more of these trees. Duplicate. 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 Hive 2, save. Hive 3, save. Okay, and then in Hive 2 and 3, we're going to change up the tree mesh. To just something that looks a bit different. This one might look really silly. Some might look really silly if we do it, but I kind of want to try it. No, it's kind of working. Bees, that is absolutely correct. 100%. BP3. Okay, let's do a different tree with this one. Don't know which one. That's pretty small. Well, it's pretty small, but I like that. All right, let's see how this one looks too. We've done something with the material to make it not sway so much. The lower down on the trunk, because otherwise we can't. The swaying is done via the materials, so if we put another static mesh onto it with the swaying tree, the tree is gonna sway, but the mesh will stay still. So we need part of the tree to stay still and with the mesh on it, and then the top part can sway. So we've modified the material on these blueprints so that it kind of works that way. And then it doesn't look weird down here. Honestly, I kind of like how it looks compared just to the fully swinging trees. I might modify that material base. Where was it? Okay, these work though. Let me add in the other two foliage types. Where was the tree trunk? Okay, fall off, I think I set it to about 100. Sway, offset. 200. Sway influence. 0.8. Does kind of make them look weird. It's the sway offset just makes them look, some of them look really odd. Because you can tell where the sway is starting. I think universally that looks a bit nicer. They don't sway as much, which I know kind of removes some of the movement from the scene. But the movement now should be a bit more subtle, and that will give the opportunity for other moving things to stand out in the scene. We'll see, we can always revert it back. Just a couple number changes on the master material. Technically on the parent, it's not really the master. Yep. Okay, now we can paint the trees with hives. So the goal here is to do what? We're gonna find some ideal positions for these beehives. And we're gonna delete any trees in that area if we need it, if we need to. And then just put a tree in the place instead. And I wanna place probably 10 to 15 beehives around the map in the area where trees are. However, because we have significantly more area than this desert, probably I should do more than 15. Yep. Yarp. Okay. Unselect this, we will select all of these trees. And we can erase. Or how do I want to do it? Because it'll be really annoying if I have to switch back and forth between erasing and placing. I could just try to find open spots and place them. We could try it. I just kind of worry that we already have enough trees. I don't know yet what the play area is going to be, so we need to be a little bit mindful of that. These are being given random rotation, right? Because it kind of feels like they're not being given random rotation. No, they have random yaw. Just not getting lucky with the yaw rolls here. It keeps, I don't know. Oh no, okay, it is random. Alright, 5 of those. Do 5 of these. I could also do... No, I want to see the other here. Perfect. No, I can't. I don't want to... Hold on. Alright, show foliage types, hide all. It hides the foliage, it does not hide the little beehives. Kind of funny. Means I know that we don't have any over here. They're a little hard to see, probably on the stream, especially with artifacting, but yeah, we got nothing here. Oh, it's weird too, it shows the... It's so weird. It doesn't show the tree, but it shows the beehive, and it shows the shadow of the tree. That's very odd. But I also now know that there is nothing over here. Okay, this should be relatively okay. Now we can find and collect beehives around the world. And we do have these hooked up to our honey ingredient. So this is actually the first real ingredient that's already on our list that we've added and made collectible. And I think for testing purposes, we made it so that it'll respawn in 2 hours. 2 in-game hours. Oh, here's one. Like, it's a little hard to see the particle effects. Maybe there's something I can do to make it a little bit better during daytime, but... yeah. Oh, this is kind of already near the outside of the play area. Actually, this isn't, but for some reason the texture here is popping up. I need to fix that. Yeah, here. Yeah, see that? And when I hide the instance foliage actor, this stuff still shows up. It's so weird. escape. Yeah, good enough. I don't think that happens anywhere else. No. No, we're okay. At least now we can see where the bees are. Alright, let me double check the respawn on them. I know it's gonna work, but I like to see it work. Oh, that's way too fast. What is working? And it should be adding honey. We should see a lot of honey added to our table. Yeah. I know it's been a journey to get from the alchemy table prototype to this. But certain things are starting to come together. Certain bits of it. And eventually, I don't know when, but eventually we'll have a prototype here that we can remove all of the ingredients from the player's shelf, and we can just drop them in here and say, go collect ingredients. Here's your new commission. And we can, kind of hook up that second part of the gameplay loop. Get it going. And then what we do after that, probably start to implement some of the non-collection aspects of the open world. Hey Brian, how you doing? Yeah, it's I don't know, I'm much faster and I think better at implementing systems, at making cool systems. But it is also really enjoyable to connect these things together. And have the ingredient collection. I'm going to get rid of that pop-up text as well for the harvesting. I'll just do it in one of the bottom corners. Yeah, that looks right. Where's that going? Does that disappear there? Yeah, we have a few bugs from pulling this alchemy table into the fresh world, which is fine. We're gonna touch all that up when a bit later. Jesus Christ. Absolutely absurd. What's working here? Yeah, it's blocking it here like it should. Maybe that is actually a visible bug in the other map too. It should be blocking it, and it's working properly. With like here. I'm not sure. It's triggered me. I need to see. Let's go to the other map. Foliage instances for a missing static mesh have been. Excuse me. Oh, it just in this map. Why is there a foliage actor in this map? No foliage. Whatever. Send to processing. It blocks it here. I don't know. Our dragging is still kind of wonky, but works for prototype. I'm not gonna get too hung up about it. I don't know why it disappears in the other map then. It's the same table. Don't know. I'm gonna have to get going a bit sooner here than desired, guys. I got like an hour less of sleep. My sleep was worse. It should be fine. I have some chores to do. I have to do fucking taxes. I think it's about that time that I look into my taxes for this last year. Finished taxes 2 weeks into January. Yeah, that would be it. Taxes were the easier outside of the US? Well, actually, I have to do US taxes. Because I did, you know, I'm doing some part-time work for a US company, and that's where my money came from this year. I will say this, taxes in Poland are generally easier. I use TurboTax for US taxes, which does make it, you know, quite easy. But it also costs money. It costs money, and the sad thing is I don't get a tax refund because I don't make enough money for that. But I still have to pay this like self-employed tax, technically, for my business. And I can't get any deductions on it. Yeah, sadly with the US tax system, you still have to, even if I made money only in Poland, I would still have to file taxes on it for the US. Usually though, if it isn't too much and you have already paid taxes in Poland, you don't have to pay taxes on in US. But it depends. Depends. Yeah, just let's put it this way, taxes, I don't get anything good from taxes living outside the US. Nothing good. Yeah, it is wild. Like, I'll put it this way, like the only income I had to claim on my U.S. tax this year was a few $1,000s, because I only started doing the part-time work in like the latter few months of the year. So I stayed, okay, I made like, a few $1,000s. It's like, oh, you still have to pay self-employed tax. Like, okay, well, I have some deductions I could make. Nope, you still have to pay a self-employed tax. Really? So I have to pay for TurboTax, I have to pay the self-employed tax, and it's going to be like $200 just taken from me, even though I didn't really make like anything. Oh, fuck. It's stupid. So I was like, okay, I won't claim any deductions then because they're not going to remove anything. And I might as well just... Because itemizing deductions is so much work, and if you don't do it exactly right, the IRS could breathe down your neck. So it's like, okay, I just won't claim any deductions then, because they don't do anything good for me, and they'll just... It's more of a pain than it's worth. I don't know, I'm ranting about taxes. Ew! Look at this tree. Inside the rock. Yeah, exactly. I was hoping, I was like, okay, they provide a tax break if you started the business in the same year that you're claiming the tax, you're filing taxes for. You can write off the amount that you pay for rent for an office, which I did. I bought new equipment. You can write that off on your taxes. Technically, I can write off game purchases because they're for educational use as well, for research purposes. So it's like, oh, I can get all these deductions. I'm not going to have to pay any taxes no matter what. And then it's like, nope, none of it matters. You still pay taxes because fuck you. Get rid of that. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I don't want to do anything. I feel like the next big thing that we have to do is just implement more foliage types, which is kind of a little bit boring, to be honest. Maybe we can break it up into sections so we can do like some foliage, some non-foliage stuff, but I need to give it some thought overnight or whatever. But we're not going to be doing... Let me pull up my schedule. I said I'd make some changes to my schedule, so I need to do that right now. Google Sheets. Stream calendar. Okay, so I'm moving Mole Man mode streams for OSRS to the weekends, and it's going to be on a separate YouTube channel, so it essentially doesn't have anything to do with this channel anymore. Wait, this is February. So we can kind of just get rid of those for now. Why are those not center? I still need to do a lot of recording for it though, so I'm probably going to be doing that a bit heavily on the weekends. We're gonna definitely finish Talos Principle 2 next stream that we do. Even if I have to go, a little bit longer, we're gonna finish it. Maybe. Okay, we may not finish it. It's because of the golden puzzle. I remember now. We got stuck on the Golden Gate puzzle, and it was destroying my brain. Okay, it might take a bit longer. It might take a bit longer. I remember vividly now. Dragon's Dogma 1 is still going to be on Thursdays for now until we finish it. And then I'm hoping we can finish it in February. Then we have Last Epoch full release, which I've kind of blocked off a few days for. Kickstarter reviews, like usual, at the end of each month. Don't know if I'm going to get drunk again when we do that. It was pretty fun. And there were certainly some really, really bad games that I had to take a drink for. But if anyone's interested too, that's a really good stream for like education about game dev and marketing. But I'm gonna get wasted probably. Okay, well, you know what? We'll buy more. We'll buy some more liquor or something. I'll get some of that discount cheap Jaeger and bring some more of that. It was really sweet though. It's got a lot of calories. What could I do instead? Gin, yeah, but if I drink too much gin, I throw up. Gin fucks with me. A little bit of gin, fine. Too much gin, not great. What days this might have to try. So these are going to be at the end of every month. We do Kickstarter reviews. Where we go on Kickstarter, we look at the currently live video games. Sorted by... Yeah, we pretty much just do this and we just go right on down the list and we just see what looks good, what looks bad. And there's a lot that's bad. Throw open the gin and edit and do the calorie. Oh yeah, exactly. Love in the Stars, Space Yowie. Oh boy. Space Yowie? They had to specify that it was space. You may have seen gay people before, but have you seen them in space? Okay, so we're probably gonna do that. Thursdays are our fun days, and Fridays are kind of like our mixed. We do a little bit of work, but then a little bit of play too. And if any of you are interested in old school RuneScape, which you probably aren't, we'll be doing the Mole-Man mode streams on sometime during the weekends. I haven't really gotten a schedule yet for it because I don't know how much I need to record to make a video, you know, an edited video. So I have to figure that out. Probably I'll do like every Saturday and then Sundays I'll spend editing it down and then release it like near the end of the month or the start of a new month. I don't know. I've never made proper YouTube videos before, so that'll be a first. And then March we have Dragon's Dogma 2, and I'm gonna be playing the shit out of that. And April or May's our big month. This is like our first big goal of the year. Digital Dragons, which is the local game dev conference here in Kraków, where we will be taking the playable version of whatever we have done of this in May, which, you know, we're making pretty consistent progress. It's slow. We're working on it alone, and it is an ambitious game, but our progress is consistent. And for that, I'm happy. We might also do some sort of like celebration stream for 100 followers. That could be kind of fun. You guys have been great. We have a very wholesome community. Let's close this. Don't save it. Fuck you. Close this. Don't save it. Oh, actually, I do need to save that. We save that one. That one needs to be saved. Close you. Game jams. You know, I really need to do a game jam. I really need to do a game jam. Are there any in... Apply. There's Korak Jam, which is the Kraków game jam. Then there's Poly Jam in Warsaw. I'm always tempted to do this, but I haven't ever done it yet. Oh, it starts in 16 days. I don't know if I'll do it. The problem that I have with it is that it is a 48-hour non-stop game jam. And I just don't like... I'm not a huge fan of game jams that are just encouraging sleepless days to get the game done. Like, I know it's hard to enforce that, but... Or hard to control it, let's put it that way. I don't like it. I don't like doing it. Well, chat, I might go a bit early. Like I said, I have a bit of work to do, and I'm probably going to take a nap because I did not get a lot of sleep. Oh, it's so cold out, though. I don't want to leave. Can't we do something else, chat? Can't we... It's so cold. It's negative 10 Celsius. 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go out there. Yeah, I don't want to. Are there different kind of game jams? I only learned about them this week. Yeah, there are. There are some that are completely free. You know, like the Epic Mega Jam. Epic Mega. I think it's called Mega Jam. So I believe the Epic Mega Jam one, like for instance, is completely free. You don't have to be, it's not in person or anything. And they just accept submissions throughout a certain period of time. And then they usually give a oh, they have the itch page. Yeah. They usually give like a prompt, not a prompt, but like a, I can't think of the word I'm looking for here. The theme, that's what I was thinking of. So you basically just register your team name, the members, game, and then include some footage and shit. That's pretty fun. And it's pretty easy to find a team. Even if, no matter what, if you are like inexperienced, you can find other inexperienced people to give it a try with. And the cool thing is they usually often include free things along with that. So for instance, Assembla offers Perforce SVN and Git repositories, and they'll give a free like trial period during the time of the jam. So yeah, the repositories will be deleted 20 days after the jam concludes. So you can jump into the jam knowing that you have version control already set up with your team, that you'll have like these sound effects packs, music, AI mocap, all this free shit, like free textures, animations, their mega scans. So this one is really awesome because it just gives you, like, here's, you know, it's a worldwide jam, but here's a whole bunch of free stuff that you can use to help get you started, and you don't have to jump in there and code something new, right? Pyro Software's channel, they're having a game jam soon. I'm really curious why his streams are really popular. I mean, I'm sure they're very good, right? I'm not saying he's not good, but I never thought that there would be that much interest in watching somebody in the software and game dev channel. I don't know what he's doing different. he's got a lot of experience, so that that is one of the big things. Pretty cool. I'm very glad for it. Oh yeah, and the Epic Mega Jam too has a bunch of there are like different categories of prizes too. So like there's different ones for global, different ones for people using the Fortnite editor, different ones for students, and then different like sub classifications. And if you can manage to win one of these, it's pretty great. The algorithm hit hard. I kept getting slammed with his clips on TikTok, YouTube, and from friends. Man, I really should use TikTok, but I've never downloaded it. I'm kind of hesitant to, just because of how much data they scrape. Like that app is just absolutely terrible for security and privacy. But it's like you said, it generates views. The app works. YouTube Shorts would be good to make as well. We could probably start working on those. The only problem is like I'm doing all this alone, so it's hard to. I don't really have the time to like stream, go home and do any editing of the stream, and then try to live my life and relax a bit. I think I would if I did it, I would be putting too much time in and I would get burnt out and then I would hate it. So I'd rather have slower growth but enjoy what I'm doing as opposed to try to ride that growth train but then get burnt the fuck out after a few months. And I wouldn't have any time to play games. And it's like I love playing games. That's one of my favorite hobbies. Twitch added some feature to clip vertical footage for shorts and TikTok, so it got streamlined recently, but it's still a slog. I don't know what I would clip though. I don't, because I feel like the clips would still have to be, edited into some kind of statement, right? Maybe statement isn't the right word, but they have to have some sort of purpose to them. I can't just show, some clipped 30 seconds footage of me running around maybe. But I don't want to lie to people. And I feel like if I run around and I show this world after, okay, maybe let's go to the desert or something, because we've kind of finished that. I run around here for 60 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever. Players, there might be some people that are interested, but they won't know that this is a prototype. So now I get people misinformed about the product that they're seeing and the project that's being worked on. And I know it's kind of a bummer to hear like, oh, this is just a prototype. Everything you see here is not finalized. But I'd rather that people be bummed out with the truth than excited by a lie. It goes against my core values. It goes against the core values of the company. We want to be transparent. We want to build up a trusting following and community. And I don't think you build trust by manipulating or lying in that way. So maybe there's a way to do it. I'm sure there is a way to do it in a good way, and share these clips with people and start to build up a community on here that can get excited and watch watch something that's been edited. I don't know. That's fair. Tags like prototype or headers in the video on that TikTok voice saying watch game prototype. Maybe. I'm too old for TikTok at this point though too. I really don't like the videos with the the AI voiceover or just like weird sounds and shit and obnoxious music. I'm a millennial boomer at this point. It's like I'd rather, every time I see something like on Twitter that's come from TikTok, and I know it because half a second in I have to mute it. It's like, god damn it. Can you just show me the cute animal without some stupid fucking sounds on it? Damn kids. I mean, I can't complain too much, right? I also am a little... I also rely too much on overstimulation sometimes, right? Or the song that just says "oh no" for a few minutes. You know, I really can't, I can't with TikTok. I don't know. Does it work? It must work. But it also is really scary to think that this is what the newer generations need to be entertained. That they can't just look at guys, why can't we just look at this like the good old days? Serenity. Peace. You are fish. You swim. You no think. Food come from above, you eat. Fish life good. Sea friend fish, wag tail, swim on. Why can't we just do this? This is so much, oh my god, disappearing fish. TikTok is my gateway to finding new creators. See, and it isn't for me. It's just because, okay, so I'm really weird. I don't use Facebook. I deleted my Facebook like 10 years ago or something at this point, a long time ago. It is relaxing. That's why I want to make this game, just because I feel like people are getting overstimulated. Just come to this world. Surround yourself with, you know, it is fake nature, but maybe it'll inspire you to go out into real nature. But I deleted my Facebook like 10 years ago. I'm really happy I did that. But I have no need for all these, like Instagram. What the fuck am I going to do on Instagram? What is it going to do except foster a feeling that there are so many people that are doing things that I can't? I don't need that. Twitter I just use for the memes mainly. And for like gaming news. There's a really good Twitter page. I don't know if you guys follow it. Saved you a click video games. This is fantastic. And they just take articles and they get rid of the clickbait and then tell you what it actually means. Just so much nicer. Anti-clickbait Twitter accounts are wonderful. I have Instagram so I can look at more cats. I mean, that's fair. On my personal Twitter account, I try to follow like 60% memes and cute animals. Like 20% nature, and then the other 20% is like gaming related stuff. I just don't have any need for TikTok. I don't know what the fuck I would do on TikTok. I really don't like scrolling endlessly. I already do that with Twitter, and it's like, okay, that's enough. I'm done done for today. I'll check back, later if there's any new like gaming news that gets shoved to the top. Twitter is all artists. Yeah, it's good for that too. Especially because they don't really have any content restrictions for the most part. So if you like your booba or your butt, I can only spend a few minutes on TikTok before I feel overwhelmed. I don't know if I can even last a few minutes. Yeah, I don't know, everything I've seen, and the trends on there are so dumb. The trends are dumb. The pranksters are just essentially terrorists. Like domestic kind of terrorizing. They're terrorizers. Put it that way. Like the NPC trend, I don't understand. I just don't understand TikTok. I don't understand how this appeals to Zoomers. Like, what do they want in their entertainment? Yeah, the prank, it's not even pranks. I mean, look, when I grew up, I'm 29, so I grew up in 2000s and shit, right? There were dumb pranks, but they were still pranks. They may not have been that funny, but they didn't harm people. TikTok is so stupid, it makes me hate people, and I don't even have it. The problem is, it seems to be a really good tool for marketing games. But if I don't understand it, I won't know how to make the most of it. I don't know what to do with it. And I don't really want to, I don't even know if I can attract, I don't think the audience that I want to attract is on TikTok. I'm not sure about that. But I actually think places like Instagram, probably more along the lines of the people that I'm looking to bring in. Pranks are funny. Pranks is something that both people can laugh at, yeah. The fake spiders. Okay? Fake spiders during Halloween, I love it. I think TikTok gets a bad reputation because of those. My feed is music, production, art, and current event news. When I see pranks, I block them. I have a very catered feed, but I had to work for it, and that was annoying. Yeah, you're probably right. You can cater it. Same thing with Twitter, right? Which, ironically, Twitter just gets a bad reputation all around. Mainly, I think, because Elon Musk owns it. But I think there was a recent report that it had the lowest amount of hateful comments of all main social media platforms, and it had the highest amount of revenue earned per click or something. But it was basically the best platform to advertise on, and the one with the lowest amount of hateful commentary. Which definitely goes against the current belief by a lot of mainstream media outlets. If anybody still watches those. When Trump was still in office, I did watch a little bit of Fox News. Because the way that he exposed mainstream media was one of the few good things that he did. Just know I'm an independent, so I don't like the chaos. I think Twitter's used more as a business thing. Yeah, Twitter is pretty good for business stuff. It's good for news as well. Because I get a lot of independent journalist news and stuff. Or smaller outlets. It's good for updates, but not really for making personal posts, maybe. Probably post some of my art on there sometime. Hey, I mean, I think there's a lot of art that gets a lot of clicks on Twitter. I think it's a pretty good platform for that. And it's a bit, I think it's a bit more sane than, I don't know, Reddit is. Does anybody use Reddit other than for, like, support? Like, advice, like, if you need something technical or you need to know what other users think of, like, a product. I think the only Reddit pages that I frequent are like the old school RuneScape one. It's way too, it's political. It's really bad. It's really toxic. There's most subs that have to do with anything even mildly controversial are absolutely toxic. And the whole power mod thing is one of the worst things that ever happened to that site. It's a dictatorship at this point with a few people at the top. If we need support to go to professional, not Reddit. I mean, that's fair. Wikipedia has that problem too, though, with politicized pages. If you ever go to some of the, especially if like something new has happened that's caused a big political controversy, just go into the history of the page and you will see a lot of nasty stuff. People fighting, people hiding content because they have administrative privileges. You know, some Wikipedia pages I think are pretty accurate, but others are very, very heavily curated by people with agendas. Very hard to find anything trustworthy these days. We'll switch over. You guys can see me in my not very full glory. This camera says it's 1080p, but it's really, I don't think it is. The resolution is not that great. I'm not moving more. Watch, stop it. Ugh. I need to turn that off. Yep, don't trust, just sleep and eat. I really wish there were trustworthy places to obtain information. Sometimes they pop up, but inevitably they slip down, right? And all I want is, I want the facts, which is, I really like watching raw footage. I think that's one of the best things you can do is watch raw, unedited footage of things that people claim went one way or another. Make up your own mind. But unfortunately, if there's no footage, I don't know where to go for trustworthy information. And the more I learn about life, the less I trust of like anybody with any amount of power. Yeah, people with power don't like the truth being shown or known. No. Usually because they don't use the truth to get into the positions of power. So the people who are truthful are left doing the regular shit in life. I used to be really political. You know, you're a kid, right? You think you know everything. And if you lean into one of the sides as a kid, both sides will want to utilize you. Because it's hard to attack a child, right? As an adult. Like, like attack them for their views. So when you're young and you lean towards one side or the other, the people in power love to put you out in front. And that can give you a terrible sense of understanding of what the world wants and how it works. and how to communicate effectively with people who might disagree with you. So, I think a lot of kids get kind of wrapped up in that. I got wrapped up in that. And then you follow people who are either a little bit of a provocateurs, or they what they say is easy to understand, so you mistake easy to understand for being right, or even something that sounds very fluent, very well said, uses big words. And as a kid, you conflate that with, oh, this person knows these big things and knows how to say them in a way that sounds really great. So they must be right. And it's like, I don't know. But then, my first year I voted was 2016 for president. I was like, what a year to come into this. Let me just write in a third option. And ever since then, it's just been like, I've gone from one side to be like, you know what? I just want to have good relations with people. I just want to agree to disagree and realize that there's more to life than disagreeing about solutions to problems. I've never been political. I just know politics are complicated and filled with liars, so I choose not to deal with that stress. Yeah. Yeah. Once I realized, too, that the people I was voting for were essentially gate-kept from mainstream media, I mean, it made me mad. But it also exposed the fact that this is why they'll never have a real chance. I'm not going to stop voting for those people that are outsiders, or that, are more moderate. But I know that the system is gamed. It's rigged against them, right? But I don't believe in voting against my core values, no matter what. Even if the person that I'm voting for probably won't win. I'm making my voice heard that I don't agree with these two major parties, so. And I think that the number of people with that is slowly on the rise. Sad. But it's 2024. We're gonna see what happens later this year, right? Let's take bets on which cities are gonna be rioting this time, and for what reasons. Kind of sad to think about. France. Well, France is always rioting. France is always rioting. Who knows? I don't know how things are gonna go. I just hope that eventually it swings so far in like the way of. I mean, what is it that Harvey Dent said, right? Or who said it? The night is darkest just before the dawn, but the dawn is coming. I think that enough people are just going to get tired of this. They're going to realize that it's adding too much stress, that they can do it for a few years, but then at that point it just becomes pointless. I'm hoping that happens and that we start to, move in a more positive direction, but maybe that's just maybe it's futile. I believe in Harvey Dent. Dude, it was such a good movie. God, that's so good. Dark Knight. I saw the movie probably 10 times in theaters. That and the first Avatar movie, I think, are the movies that I saw the most in theaters. Because when the first Avatar movie came out, holy shit, the graphics, the visual effects on that, it made up for the plot being a bit meh. I only go to the theaters probably maybe once a year now, at most. And it's just I think I saw Spider-Man 2 the most. When did that come out? Okay, I do remember seeing that a few times. It's probably like 3 or 4 times. Last year, I only went once. The only thing I saw in theaters last year was Oppenheimer, which was absolutely great to see in theaters. Not a lot of good movies recently? No, there aren't. Not a lot of good directors anymore. Oh, I saw Puss in Boots: Last Wish in theaters, which was very worth it. That was good. That was a great movie. I only go to the theater to see the newest Marvel movies, and that is mostly to avoid getting spoiled online. I mean, fair. What came out in 2023? People kissing. Gross. There's like just like nothing. Okay, I have not seen the Dungeons and Dragons movie. I heard it was decent, but I wouldn't go to the theater to see that. Probably just watch it at home. Yeah, I mean, to get me to the theater, it's pretty tough. I need to know that what I'm being going to be treated to is like a masterpiece. That if I didn't see it in theaters, I would just be really upset with myself. Barbie and Guardians were big too this year. The only one I saw this last year was Oppenheimer in theaters, which was worth it. Bet I could have never seen my favorite movie in theaters. What's your favorite movie? I mean, I never saw. I don't even know. Okay, probably one of my favorite movies is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, which yeah, I never was never gonna see that in theaters. It'd be really cool to see in theaters though. Labyrinth. Oh man, I remember that being in theaters, but I was too young to see it in theaters. I was too young for that. Is that the one that I'm thinking of? Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Hold on. I'm thinking of a different one. Isn't there like some... Oh, okay. Dude, the art style is awesome. Yeah. I remember this now. I've only seen this once. Yeah, Dark Crystal. They're puppets, yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Fuck, it's like unlocking memories as a kid. I must have only seen this once. Yeah, a pinball machine? Oh, I kind of want to play that. I love pinball. I was thinking of a different one. What was that, like, rated R movie? What's that called? Oh, that was Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah, different thing. Very different thing. I've seen the movie so many times you have it memorized. Oh my god. I would say some of the best experiences I've had in film, though, were Harry Potter films, which my mom, goated mom that she is, she took me and my brother out of school to see the movies. Cool stuff. Reminds me a lot of like what's the title? I don't know. I'm blanking on titles of movies. That's awesome, but that is a great memory. It was amazing to grow up. Like we were in the perfect generation to grow up with Harry Potter. And I don't think I realized just how amazing that was until I got older and realized that that's an experience that most people won't ever have with something like that. Because like when did Harry Potter film, when did the first one release? What were the years for these? 2001, so I would have been like 7. What age was Harry Potter supposed to be in book 1? Harry Potter age book 1. 11. So like you were well within the same time frame to grow up, and especially because there were some years that were skipped. By the time the last the movies came out, you were pretty much, you had grown up with him. It was insane. Another good movie series is Evil Dead. Hell yeah, it is. Yeah, Evil Dead 2. By the way, best Harry Potter movie? Don't at me. One of the best books too. Harry Potter kind of fell off hard though. Well, okay, it didn't fall off hard. It's still probably one of the best movie series ever made, but the later movies are not as good as the books. I wonder if I could get the commission system to work in this prototype map. But I could. Where are the bees? I swear I put bees in here. Wait, it didn't delete my bees, did it? It said there was some actor that was being deleted, but I better not have deleted my bees. Better not have. Oh, they're still there. Just couldn't find them? Weird. Maybe one of you know. One of you people in chat know. How have the legacy of Despicable Me minions outlasted so many other cultural releases? Oh, there's one. Oh, there it is. It's well hidden. Indian franchise is being held up by Facebook moms at this point. And the Japanese. And the Japanese. They love Minions in Japan. Variety, the way they communicate, a lot of people did find them funny. And banana. Okay, I mean, they weren't, I don't think they were annoying, which I think is part of the thing that's helped them survive so long. I think the people who like Minions are often more annoying than the Minions themselves. Yeah, Minions in Japan are scary big. Minions in Japan. Oh no, the Minions park in Universal. Ugh. A look inside Japan's first Minions room. Boy. So many Minion Japanese snacks at Universal Studios Japan, yeah. The Minions are goofy, their fans are annoying, that's true. I don't think I've ever seen anything Minions. All I know I got from Facebook posts and t-shirts. Don't go to Japan, then, because they love them in Japan. Everybody's got Minions merch. They sell so much Minion merch in Japan that you will only ever find there. For some reason. Oh my god. You guys want to stay in this hotel? Is this what you guys want? Christ. The mirrors are the worst part. The mirrors are the worst part. It's like torture. I like Steve Carell, but not enough to watch the franchise. I like the first movie. Steve Carell's pretty fun. I got a Minion Cafe. Please no. This is the shit I mean. Look at this. There's a whole like marathon where people dress as minions and run in the marathon or something. I don't know what it is. Japan is something else. Japan is special. Every country is special in their own way, and the adoration the Japanese have for cute things, certainly something. Although it's a little weird at some points. Like even in bad situations, the Japanese would prefer to use cute animals to say that. Like, okay, let's say there was another, like a radiation leak or something in Japan. The Japanese would use cute animals to warn you to stay away from the radiation leak. It's a bit much in my opinion. Or they would use some anime characters or something. They would use cute anime girls. They would use Radiation Chan. That's what they would do. They would make a new anime character with like the radiation symbol on her shirt or suit. And she would do a cute pose and be like, "Stay away from the radiation. Don't eat any glowing food, any glowing fish." Right. I think we've stalled the stream long enough. But I do enjoy talking to you guys. I'm gonna get heading home. I'm gonna get some early sleep and do some work. And then we will be on tomorrow with more Dragon's Dogma 1. I'm gonna get a lot of sleep tonight so that tomorrow we can come in and just play Dragon's Dogma 1 all day. And if you guys are new and you're interested in watching that, we only did one stream before, so if you want to watch the first stream of Dragon's Dogma on our YouTube, you can. And that link to the stream schedule, Moobot, is not the right one. I need to update that. Moo.bot. Let me fix that. The custom commands. Schedule. Oh, I know why I did that. Yeah, it's a bit ly link. Hold on. Thank you for the stream. Thank you guys for being here for the stream. Although I'm gonna be here for about 5 minutes longer because I'm gonna update the schedule link. Hopefully. How do I want to do this? I don't want to make a new link. I should have just changed the... Okay, I know what I can do. We're gonna go in here, and I'm going to control C. Edit. January. Rename. February. Rename. March. Duplicate. Oh wait, we only need 2 more. March, April, May. Saw a post about some yellow cartoon character ruling the next decade. Pac-Man had the 80s, Bart had the 90s, SpongeBob the 2000s, Minions 2010. Oh no, you. Oh shit. That actually sounds plausible. Back to podcast. I showed my fiance that podcast. She might give that a listen. February. March. Where's my remove formatting? I want the whole thing, Google. Okay, we can ignore these. It's gonna trigger me. Okay, that's better. Let's do it more manually this time. April, and then May. It's 2024. 2023 still. What's that? I think she'll find it amusing and horrifying and confusing. Okay, so she was a bit worried about something that was kind of putting her off a little bit. And I didn't know the answer to this. Maybe you can answer it for me. She was wondering if did they just find the book? Is the dad who wrote it dead? You know, what does it look like from that perspective? She was a little worried that they had just like found it and they were making fun of his work or something for it. I don't know what it is. You can correct me if I'm wrong. It doesn't look. I copied some of the lines wrong, but it's. His father gave it to him as an inheritance. His dad is alive. So, is his father okay with them doing what they're doing? I guess would be my question. So 50 Shades of Grey making money at the time and thought I can do it. Okay. That will help sell the idea to her. Okay. She was a little worried, and I think, rightly so, that they had just kind of... They were kind of like making fun of the guy's works. Alright, the calendar link should work properly now. Sorry about that. That's the old one. Oh, okay. Now I try to walk home in the cold. No, I don't want to know how much profit Amaranth makes on OnlyFans. Thank you. His father loved the attention. All right. The dad seems like a nice sport with all of it. The confused question of the audience. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here, guys. Thank you for all the follows and all the love. And Deliran, I am sure you're more than asleep right now, but if you ever see this, thank you for the raid. And if anybody was here just kind of following the raid, the raid party, thank you. Stay warm. Thank you, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow at the same time for Dragon's Dogma 1. Again, if you are not caught up and you want to be caught up and you don't want to miss anything, you can watch the first stream over on our YouTube. It was a long one. It was about like 8 hours, but the game is really fun so far, and I'm really looking forward to playing more of it tomorrow. It was great support. Lots of celebs left it too, apparently. All right, I'm gonna have to tell her what you said to me, because maybe that'll spark interest. But yeah, thank you guys, and take care. Love you all, and see you tomorrow. Yeah, that's it. No more waffling. See you guys.